5 of them. Case 5 of them. Greetings. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome to more of this. Welcome to the first of presumably several Case 5 streams. How you doing? Welcome. I figured we needed something to get us excited and hyped for what's sure to be a chat's just been like, buckle up. Case 5, it's a lot. So, I mean, it should be. There's so much unresolved about this story that I'll be mad about if it doesn't get resolved. So, how you doing? Thank you for the bits. Choice next time for case 5.001. Yeah. You're not ready for this case. There's always at least one person who says that for every case, and they're always right. But especially considering that this is... Right, isn't this the last case of this game, and then there's like the bonus one after it? So there's a lot to do, and I don't even know what the actual murder is. So there's gonna be probably a lot to get through. So hope this case doesn't make people cry. That would be a shame. Yeah. I mean, listen. Last stream gave us clown boobs and Rakugo. I'm good. Yeah, I'm not ready for it. We're gonna go. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be good. Send in the clubs. Anyway, let me get caught up so we can hop to the bloobs. Bakugan case. Forget the other stream was gonna go. I have no clue this one's gonna split up. TBH. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is I want to get going because this might be quite a lot. So we'll see. What's my name? I wish I knew. That's not my name. The murder was me. It was me, the player. They ask you to snap your DS in half at the end of the game. Thank you all for saying hello. I hope everyone's doing good. And, you know... Oh, there was a prediction. Tell me what you think is going to happen in this case off the top of your head. I'm going to refund your points. But thank you. Typically for the predictions, I ask that you put in different things, and then it's a thing that's deterministic. It's a fun bit, though. What I think is going to happen? I have no idea. Maybe Phoenix is dead. I don't know. There's so many questions. You're fine. There's so many questions I have about Kurain and Dirk and the judicial system, and also, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it needs that big of a case, but if it's stuff going on in the background as other things happen, or if, like, the last case that took place in Kurain, we're gonna have, like, several, like, that was basically 2 murders in one, you know? So it might just become a convoluted mess, which is also why I'm worried. I'm like, will I be able to keep everything in this case in my brain? If this game is like, oh, remember, like, 30 hours ago in this one case, this bit of information? So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it's fine. My name is also Barry. Oh, hi. Oh, wow. What is it? It's not a very common name, but, you know, I've run into people with the same name. It happens. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. I'm sure there's no fault for like this piece of place. No! Right, and the people are learning more and more about how corrupt their system is. I'm sure it'll be fine. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. It's my favorite. Thank you, chat. First of all, between streams, subs and resubs from Encinder, Venator Regis, 40GG, and friend Kryden. Thank you all. Hope you enjoy the emotes. You can 3 twice and then -1 for the case that we're on today. Pangolin Month tonight, thanks for 20 months. Welcome back. Thank you, Tina. The Pink Phantom, thanks for 50 bits. Here's some tasty soup for your throat. The case is Longen. I want to apologize again for accidentally spoiling Gayru was in the case last time. I felt so bad afterwards. You're fine. No apology necessary. Thank you for the bits. Owlish Astronaut, thanks for 6 months. Enjoy your golden key. Thank you. Bumpfist, thanks for a year. Enjoy your mildly cursed golden key. I got like 4 ads in a row on one of the missed VODs. Glad to send some cash to the barman for playing a series I got hooked on a random Ace Attorney 3 case. Thank you, Bumpfist. Yeah, I thank you for the sub. You know I appreciate it. I wish Twitch ads were not so aggressive. Like, you know, I don't want to get into the whole thing. But I've had the same experience of just like, oh, I want to see how, like, I was watching this person stream, and then I had to step away, and I want to get caught up, and it's like, you click on the VOD, and they're like, here's like 1.5 minutes of ads, and I'm like, that's so much. I'm just very spoiled. Like, I'm subscribed to a lot of Twitch channels, and whenever I click on one that I'm not subscribed to, it's just like, holy shit, it's so bad out here. It's so rough. Anyway, I appreciate anyone that's suffering through the VOD, suffering through the ads. to get to the stream. And again, not to belabor the point, but I feel differently about VODs. It's annoying on Twitch when it's that aggressive, but like YouTube is not nearly as bad on that front. But anyway, it's fine. Did I end up watching the Jugumu video? I did not. I mean, I am familiar with the concept. I've seen it referenced before. I just need to watch it. 8 minutes? That's stupid. YouTube's pretty bad. Yeah, also they keep getting sneakier and sneakier with the bar. You know, you used to have this giant skip button, and then they, after like a decade, realized, oh, people are just staring at that button and not the ad. So now it's like, is this a skippable ad? I guess I'll wait 5 seconds and see. It's just... And again, I pay for YouTube Premium. The only times I see ads are if I'm not logged in, or if I'm like, this will fuck up my recommendations for a year. So I'm gonna open it in a private window, so I could just like get a taste of the video without it just YouTube exploding on me. It's like, oh, I am vaguely curious in this topic, but I don't want to only see this forever. So anyway, thank you, Mercase. Thank you for 3 years. That's a lot. In Japan, Valentine's is meant to be a time for girl Choco? No, Giri Choco. Sorry, the font. And Honmei Choco. I'm tempted to give Giri, but I like being here so much I think you can have this Honmei. It's not like I like anything, Babaka. What's the difference? What's the difference between Giri and Honmei? Also, is that this time of year? I mean, it's February. Giri is obligatory chocolate given to male coworkers or colleagues in expression of friendship, gratitude, or indebtedness. I cannot imagine being in a workplace as an adult and being like, here's your obligatory chocolate for Valentine's Day. Like, that's the shit we did in elementary school. It'd be like, no one's excluded, no hard feelings, everyone gets a shitty little candy. Like, I'm not one to point at a different culture and be like, how dare these cultural norms different from my own. But it's just, I don't know. It's a bit cringe, isn't it? Where's my Kit Kat? Where's my little shitty chocolate heart? I wouldn't mind free Chalky, but then you're also buying Chalky to give to everyone else. So you could have just bought yourself better Chalky, and then everyone else is happy. You're supposed to get something back the next month. And you're supposed to, like, maintain a mental list of, like, I gave you a Chalky, please respond. No. I give all chat crunch bars. Fun size or regular size? Wireless. Back from vacay. I started watching a combination of live and VODs. Imagine my surprise when I came back from my lovely dinner against the Mexican Sun and say, all shit posting Jugumu and Classy during the Rocket days. It was a time. Here's the Chalky candy art. Thank you. Cheap Chalky is oftentimes the best Chalky. Agree to disagree. As someone who vastly prefers dark chocolate to milk chocolate, most cheap chocolate is very cheap milk chocolate. So, more for you then. You know, it works out. Anyway, you can. Oh, it's true. Thank you. Okay, shall we start the case? Shall we start case 5? I feel like I need to like think through what's happened so far. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure the game will be like, remember this, and I'll be like, yeah. It's whenever. You know what's really weird about Ace 30 is that they love to hit you with the here's the flashback of the thing 30 seconds ago, as if you have the memory of a goldfish. But in the same case, they'll go, do you remember this tiny, like, half of a sentence and 3 page of this one piece of evidence? That's really important to the case now. Which, to be fair, you don't have to memorize it. You can just look through the evidence at your leisure. But it is funny that both exist in parallel in this game. We're gonna flash back to 20 seconds ago, as well as I hope you remember everything, because we twisted it, and you need to remember this thing over here you thought was relevant. So it's good. Make sure to breathe. No, never. Alex both shitty cheap chocolate and fancy good chocolate. They're distinct flavors. They are distinct flavors, and more power to you. Is Maya still my favorite trial partner, or did it change? Yeah, Maya's still my favorite. Honestly, after Leighton versus Phoenix, nothing could possibly top Maya hitting Phoenix in the head with a lead pipe to prove a point. Like that, and if that was the first case with her, I'd be like, I hate her. It's because I had several games worth, which again is why I'm glad I played 30 before the crossover. Miss Pearls, Pearls is fine. I don't really feel she's never been a strong character to me. Like, it was fun having her show up at the aquarium, but it's the tricky thing about a child. I mean, even at least with I'll Be Your Guide, he's a child and he's getting mired in the murder case stuff, but like his function is I'm from here I can explain things to you. Pearls is just kind of, I don't know. I don't want to be like, oh, she sucks. It's just kind of like, she's kind of a little bit forgettable for me. But, and she's now old. Well, yeah, I guess she's older now. But even in the Apollo, even in whatever, running around the aquarium, it was just kind of like Dual Destinies. It was fine. It was fine. Anyway, and oh yeah, Maya's good. S tier, Maya. I don't know. There's not really a bad. I mean, Simon was weird. It was weird. Anyway, let's just get back into it. The VOD thumbnails are saying Bisky. I did. It was some screenshots from just the Twitch app. Oh, I can pull it real quick. Yeah, these are possible thumbnails from that VOD. Now the sweet buns have arrived. Discord is back in session, as well as 1-2 Bloon. I mean, if I used pictures of myself in my VOD thumbnails, which I don't do deliberately, every VOD would be me doing the Phoenix, just slumped over in the corner, depressed. Bloon! I'm glad that no one sent me this when I started Ace Attorney 1, or I've been like, I'm done. I'm not playing the whole series. Take me out. It really sells it, yeah. Gotta be the Bloombies, yeah. Anyway, let's, shall we? Case 5. As Lubega once said, a little bit of murder mystery in my life. A little bit of case 5 by my side. Should I start case 5? 8Ball says you'll have to wait. Okay, well, if that's what 8Ball says, I don't want to fuck with the timeline. Let's go. Get in there. I'm sure it's gonna be good. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I'm sure it's gonna be a normal case that I'm immediately like, okay, this seems straightforward. Turn about Revolution. Nope, things are gonna get a little bit complex. The stakes might be a little.
It's time for a revolution!
That's far enough.
Huh? Who's there?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
No.
Good people of Khurain, we can't allow things to go on like this. The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions. The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Okay. You found the orb? That's cool. It's May 16th. And we're not in Khurain, we're in Japanifornia. And this concludes our report on the recent television hijacking incident in Khurain. But really, who could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events? Did you hear that, Paulie? Someone hijacked the airwaves over there. It's like something out of a movie. Apollo? Yeah. Dirk, what are you up to this time? Wait a second. Do you know the TV hijacker or something, Apollo? Who doesn't Apollo know? You could say that, but it was a long time ago. And why do you know someone like that? I mean, they're calling him an insurgent. Yeah, about that. Hey now, is there any way to talk about the man who raised you? Huh? Who goes there? What? Huh? Hey there, Apollo. Long time. Look, long time no see. How have you been, son? Oh, hey, how you doing? He came out of the TV like Ringu. Is that the guy? It's that guy who was on TV. Ha ha ha. How did you get here? Was he just like on like a regular flight over here going through security? How did he get out of the country? Ah, guilty as charged. Surprised to see me, Apollo. Also, what a theme. He flew here on his dragon. He summons one out of the palm of his hand. That's why the tattoo is there. I just beamed in from Kurain and boy, are my arms tired. That's not... That's like make like a tree and get out of here. You can't just mix that up. This can't be happening. I must be dreaming or hallucinating or both. Save me, Charlie. No, you're not, Apollo. It's that TV hijacker slash insurgent in the flesh. TV channeling. I'm so confused. Me also, same. Mr. Hijacker, sir, I have so many questions, I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with that bit about the man who raised you. Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son. Oh, he's got a good think. It's okay to brag about it. Tell everyone your old man's me, the Rebel Dirk. I mean, my face is all over TV these days. I'm practically a celebrity. Ha, 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 ha. Oh. How do you think he, never mind. Jersey, what do you say we close up early today? What, why? Aw, come on, son. No need for the cold shoulder. I know I'm going to regret this, but what do you want, Dirk? You just show up here without warning after all this time. What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice. Right. Why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Oh, well, okay. So maybe there's a little something I need your help with too, but the fact is I came here to see you. That's the honest truth. Yes, I think we've established that. It figures. Haven't seen him in 10 plus years and he's already asking for a favor. He really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases. Come on, Polly, I need deets. Inquiring minds want to know. Okay. Hold your horses. First, I got a few questions of my own. Ooh. Whoa. I'm an attorney. What's that? It's my attorney's badge. I can relate. I used to want to show mine off too. But don't ever show it to anyone in Kurai. They'll run you right out of town the moment they find out you're a lawyer. I wonder how it went for Mr. Wright. Knowing him, he probably flashed his left and right. Yeah, he tends to. Charlie! That's Charlie the houseplant. Charlie! You know, my hideout used to have a houseplant too. We called it Apollo. I bet it was a cactus. How'd you guess? Because Polly's hair is just this spiny. Leave my hair out of this. And he has a prickly attitude to boot. I better quit while I'm ahead. I don't think you're ahead. A plant, though. This is one of those contraptions for cutting people into pieces. How did you know that, Mr. Dirk? Well, it just so happens I've been in one of these myself. Really? You have? Yes. Once, when I was being held prisoner by Minister Inga's secret police, they tried to torture me into revealing one of my compatriots' hideouts. That's a torture device. This is a magic prop, Dirk. I barely escaped that thing alive. Well, you have my respect as a magician for your death-defying spirit. The artists can make up their mind about Apollo backstory, since Shoots Comedian finishes, keep adding more stuff to it. Well, instead of resolving what was set up before, they just keep adding more backstories. It's a lot. This is one seriously cluttered office. I mean, do you really need a piano here? Well, it has sentimental value for Daddy, you see. Yeah, but this office could use a little help with its bottom line. What if we sold it? Apollo! You better give me a cut of the proceeds when you do. Money before memories, eh? This office's finances really must be in dire straits then. Money for nothing. It's spaghetti. Sultans of Swing, you're more magic props. Oh, I've seen a ring like this before. I used to be quite good with these. Really? Why don't you show us? Well, if you insist. I'll show you the act of daring do I used to perform to supplement my income. First, I have to light the ring on fire, then I'll jump through it. That's a fire hoop. This is a kid's toy, Dirk. Hat. Paper. What's with this bright red jacket? Who would wear such a garish thing? Maybe one of our clients forgot it here. I'd love to get a look at the man who dare wear something like this. Me too. I know I don't wear it much, but she has to know it's mine, right? Why, this is Apollo's journal. What's it doing at the office? It's magic. Trucy's stealing his shit. Let's see what he wrote. No, don't. Huh. There's nothing in here. What? This calls for a special spell. Presto Diario. Why? There's writing appearing right before my very eyes. Like I said, it's magic. She stole his wallet and then erased it? Now go ahead, read to your heart's content. Trucy, why are you... Wow. I mean, give me that. Don't you eto-blad me, young lady. Get back here. Okay. Dark, what's up? It's most definitely a serious comedy series. Yep. I mean, it has heart and real intent behind it. So it's not purely absurdist comedy. But just how far they've dialed the absurdist angle is to varying amounts of people's tolerance. Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk Sadmadi. I'm well, a rebel by trade. I'm a rebel. I rebel. But on TV, they were calling you an insurgent. So which is it? Personally, I vote for a rebel with a cause. A real headache for anyone in your way. Trucy? Ha! Ha ha ha! You got me there. I'm the head of a resistance group. The Defiant Dragons. We're like the good, the bad, and the ugly, but without the good part. In Korean, I'm like the boogeyman. A tall tale parents used to spook their kids straight. The boogeyman! That's too bad. You seem like you'd be a fun, cool guy to hang out with. Trucy, stop. Stop. This little lady's a real catch, son. I'm talking bride material if you get my drift. Wait, what? Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Dad? Ha 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 ha. She's the plucky one, all right. Someone pluck me out of my misery. Boogeyman! Now about that man who raised you business. This is all Nick's fault somehow. What did They don't know! What did Mr. Dirk mean when he said that he's the man who raised you, Apollo? The truth is, I grew up in the kingdom of Kurain. Did I, never mention that? No, you didn't. Oh, so you grew up in Kurain? Wait, are you saying you're not from around here, Polly? No, it's just I was raised in Kurain when I was really little. Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me? It never came up. Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? What, that I was raised by a wanted criminal? It's like a bad joke. It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would even believe you. So you two haven't seen each other in a while, huh? You could say that. I'd wager it's been at least 10 years. Wow. That's a really long time. Yeah, well, I figured he'd forgotten about me. Not a chance. It's just, well, starting a revolution takes time, and keeping it going even more so. And being a wanted man, I couldn't just hop on a plane to come sing hello. How did you get here? How did you get here? I get it, it's fine. Truth be told, it's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all paternal. I'd even almost forgotten about Kurain. No, that's not true. He beamed his beam. He was watching stream. I probably tried to forget about it on purpose. Did he literally beam in? That's a plot point. Now then, Mr. Dirk, what is it we can help you with? What can I do you for? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb. Didn't he say in the tape that he got it? The most sacred treasure of Kurain. That's where you come in. The Founder's Orb? Is this a heist? This isn't a trial? What are we doing? The Orb? Wait, but didn't you say you already have it in the broadcast ears? Ha 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 ha! Don't go believing everything you see on TV, little lady. No one's seen hide nor hair of the Founder's Orb for some time. No way! So that was just a bluff. What are you gonna do if you don't find it? I don't know. Guess that just means we have to find it, son. Cause I can't really back down now, can I? Ha ha! This guy sucks. Different year, same old Dirk. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on. I think I read something about this in the newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a sacred treasure from a temple's treasure room. That's a load of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Really? Yeah. Baseless allegations, all of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes. Was the orb what was kept inside of the thing on top of the stairs from that? Was that what was in there? That was 80 years ago. I don't remember. Okay, thank you, chat. Oh, so it's like a setup. That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's trail. And just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We now know the Founder's Orb is in Kurain Village. How did it get there and why there, of all places? Kurain Village. Yep, I hear there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relations with Kurain. Spirit mediums, right. Some doctor of archaeology there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buff. He's an archaeology buff? Okay. Like the ponytail. He looks like a Pokemon trainer. Pokemon professor. His middle name is Ology. He's hot, he's buff, he's extremely jacked underneath the portrait. My defiant dragon compatriot has already made contact with him. He's dead, isn't he? Apparently, someone asked the doctor to study the orb. Whoever asked him to do that is the real thief? Most likely. You think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot, Dats, says Dr. Buff has already promised to do so. Seems he knew it had been stolen and wanted to do the right thing. Dats. I remember running around with him when I was a kid. He is here too, huh? Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take possession of the orb. Would you do that for me? Nope. I haven't seen you in years and you waltz in here asking for a favor? You have a lot of nerve, you know. Of course we'll help, right, Apollo? Wait, Trucy. Oh, come on. It's not like you have any work anyway. It's the principle of the thing. Besides, we're talking about rebels and legendary treasure. It'll be fun. Why is she always into the things I'm not? Deadbeat cool cape dad. Get out of here with your cool cape. Actually, leave your cool cape here. Get the rest of you out of here. Fine, but I'll charge my standard fee. And tell me about the Founder's Orb. About the orb. How you doing, hombres? The spaghetti remains the same. Spaghetti, 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 spaghetti. Trucy always getting you in it. Yep, she's a rascal. If I remember correctly, the Founder is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium. Sandwich at $2. What do you mean, faceless? Images of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Kurain, never show her face. To depict it is to commit the greatest taboo in Kurainism. Does no one point out he's breasting boobly yet? He is quite breasting boobly. Thank you for pointing it out. The greatest taboo, huh? I wonder why. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? It's Apollo. As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago. And it has an interesting legend that goes along with it. It's said that there's a riddle to the orb, and that any who can solve it will receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself. Sounds like one big fairy tale to me. In any case, it's just what us defiant dragons need to get our revolution started. With it, we can gain the spiritual power and thus the legal authority to rule Kurain. Wait, suppose I believe this legend, then anyone could become king or queen? And that's why you think it'll help you overthrow the Garan regime? Only the rulers of Kurain have ever laid eyes on the orb, Apollo. A legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power. Doesn't that sound like something you'd want to see with your own 2 eyes? That does sound just a tiny bit intriguing. Orb? Don't leave old bag out of this. Maya's gonna figure out the riddle, isn't she? Probably. That should just about cover everything. Any other questions? Not right now. We're gonna show up, and then archaeology has been murdered, and the orb is gone, but there's like a scorch mark imprint of the orb, and they're gonna be like, it exploded magically. They resisted him. He wasn't spiritual enough, and they're gonna be like, Maya did it. Maya blew up the orb, and she's gonna be imprisoned again. I almost forgot. I brought you a present. Eat up, son. Sushi? I figure you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so. Yay! I was just thinking it was time for lunch. I don't trust deadbeat dad, cool cape dad, abandonment sushi. I don't trust it. I think it's a bad idea. You dig in too, little lady. Hamburger. Eat your burgers. After all, we're practically family, right? Ha ha. Thanks, Dad. Ooh, that tuna looks good. Chomp, nom nom nom. This salmon sushi's got my name on it. Nope, he's just eating it. Aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have. Where did he... I'm good. Oh, well, okay then. Actually, I have one more present for you. Here. What's this? A picture of your father. It's been 23 years since he passed away. He was jamming. This is my father. His name was Jove Justice. By Jove. Jove. Did he not know that? I haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician. A wandering minstrel, if you will, and a talented one at that. It's Jover. Why are you giving this to me now? I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. I searched high and low to find that one picture. What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it? I don't know. I mean, it's not like I ever met the guy. Well, I went through all the trouble of finding it, so go on, take it. And don't ever let it go, you hear? Oh, why is it going into my court record? Oh, no. Oh, no, why is it going... I mean, of course it is, but oh, no, why? What's he doing? What's important in here? Oh, no. Okay, alright. Alright, well, now that our bellies are full, what do you say we hit the road? 1 second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is? She left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport. Oh. I almost forgot, Mr. Wright's coming back today. Yep, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Probably so he didn't get involved in yet another murder mystery, and now he's getting off the plane into another murder mystery. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now? Knowing Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point sitting around here waiting. Let's get going. I can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure. To Karain Village, then. The Founder's Orb awaits. Well, it's just like it's a short bus ride away. I mean, Pearl is like a 4-year-old child baby took the bus by herself. From the courthouse to the village and back, so... Sure it's not that bad. Wow! Oh my god, look at those low frame rate burbs. Oh, right there. Look at them warbling around. It's just like I remembered on the DS. She ran, remember? Right, she didn't take the bus. That was the point. So it really can't be that far. May 16th Grand Village. Yeah, thank you for the I forgot. I remembered that she went on her own. I just forgot how stupid it was. So this is Karain, the mystical village of spirit channeling. What's that poster next to the bus stop? And where ancient traditions come alive. Looks like a really peaceful place. You drive 10 minutes outside of Los Angeles and this is what it looks like. I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains, huh, Apollo? Come to think of it. We used to live way up in the mountains too. Just like this. Pearl came on a 2-hour train ride and not be tired. Sure brings back memories. Those were the days. The 3 of us living happily in peace. I still can't wrap my mind around it all, you know? That Mr. Dirk is not only Polly's daddy, but Prosecutor Sadmati's as well. And the way you two talked about it like it was nothing the whole bus ride here. I guess it is a lot to take in. So tell me, Mr. Dirk, what was Apollo like as a kid? Oh, he was full of piss and vinegar, he was. A real rascal. He's full of piss. Pissing everywhere. He and Nooooo used to run around the open fields naked as jaybirds. I've even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit. Whoa, whoa, Dirk. No way. Prosecutor Sabati used to be like that too? The 2 of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies. Ha ha ha. You want to see naked pictures of my kids? Don't you think you've said enough? Ah, you're no fun. Yeah, I wanted to hear more about the misadventures of Polly. Hey, what are you people doing here? Oh, Emma, what are you... Wait, why... uh-oh, who's dead? You know this lady, son? Yeah, this is Emma Skye. She's a detective. Technically speaking, I'm a forensic expert, but I'll let it slide. Emma, yay, Emma. Oh, no. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's trouble afoot. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies? By trouble, you mean you're investigating a case? Does it look like I'm here to sightsee? Wait, don't tell me. You're not here to see Dr. Buff, are you? Huh? How'd you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now. Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way. By the way, can you put these covers under your shoes and put these gloves on? No particular reason. Really? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady. Okay. Alright. Don't call Emma science, Maya. How dare you? Mass transit and electronic communications. This country's infrastructure is really advanced compared to Korean. Don't you have both of those in Korea? Didn't we? I guess we haven't seen mass transit, but whatever. Why don't you see the sights once you have the orb? Well, I guess I could use a break. How about you show me around? I'll probably be busy with work, so, I color science, Maya? Well, then how dare I do that? I see. Int-statted Maya versus whiz-statted Maya. What are you talking about, Paula? Your only work right now is cleaning the office. Yeah, Charlie needs a lot of TLC. The Founder's Orb should be with the doctor right now. What do you say we take a gander? What if he doesn't have it? What if he came all the way from Korean for nothing? I'll cross that bridge if and when I come to it. Besides, even if I leave empty-handed, at least I got to see you, son. Oh, haha, thanks? No, I really mean it. Okay. Big rock. Cool. There's a big boulder towering into the sky over there. According to the sign, it's called the Korean Boulder. It also says that a spirit dwells within it. A rock with a spirit in it. Goofy's ghost lives inside the boulder. It's called animism, the belief that spirits dwell within inanimate objects. They've probably enshrined this boulder as a sacred object. Their tradition of worshipping such objects is similar to our tradition in Korean. Interesting. Who knew dirt can make sense every once in a while? They'll pat for this? A phone booth and a bus stop made of wood. They both look really old. Hardly ever see phone booths in the city anymore. Apollo, what's this glass box for? I guess you hardly see them in Korean, too. Nah, Dirk's just a zoomer. Doesn't know what a payphone is. Because remember, you're not allowed to know about technology that was prevalent before you were born. Seeing those mountains really takes me back. I remember when we used to live high in the mountains to escape from the government. So you don't live there anymore? Nope. I needed a more convenient place to lead the revolution from. But that old mountain hut is still there. I miss that hut. What, are you getting homesick, Apollo? You can come on back to Korean anytime, you know? No, I'm fine. Besides, I've got a lot on my plate here. Birds! A thatched roof. First time I've ever seen one in real life. Looks just like the traditional thatched roofs they use in Japan. All we need now are some samurai with top knots, a few ninjas, and a cuddly mascot. When was the last time you were in Japan? I had a transfer on the way over here. Flight stopped there. Good. I'm an attorney? What's that? I'm an attorney. Let me show you the idea of the orb. The Founder's Orb. They say the Holy Mother will return when the riddle of that orb is solved, and she'll bestow great spiritual power upon whoever accomplishes that feat. I wonder if I could channel spirits if I had such power. What if the orb contains the face of the Holy Mother? They made a big point of how her face is invisible and it's taboo. And I was just like, well, yeah, that's true of like a lot of, you know, important historical figures. Not all the time, but it's happened where it's like, oh, they're, you know, spiritual figure, don't depict them. And then if you know their face and their name, you can channel them. So, and they're like, it seems quite obvious now. It's one of Guru's balloons. Oh my god, a booby balloon. But yeah, it's like, oh, if you have the orb, then, you know, she can return. And it's like, yeah, I think very literally they mean that. That's kind of neat. Korean is Metopia? Correct. Yep. Brings back memories. He was a fine young man, so cheerful and fun to be around. The face turns out to be Brushel. Oh my god. He was the Holy Mother this whole time. His big, booming, singing voice would captivate everyone in the tavern. But looks-wise, he was like a grown-up version of you. That still doesn't give me a sense of what my real father was like. Queen Brushel revived at last. So how's he doing? Oh, he looks good. Seems like things are good here. He's got that Nautilus shell. He's got that that Helix fossil there. He really is a Pokemon professor, isn't he? He was a bird and he's dead. That's his chalk outline on the ground. So this is Dr. Buff's study. He's got a Robodogu. Yeah. Wow, look at all these books. The shelves go from floor to ceiling. It's like a library in here. Yes, and lots of artifacts, too. A true archaeologist's paradise. Look, son, there's so many relics, they're spilling onto the floor. What a delightfully amusing room. Oh, there's the okay. All I see is a mess. And what's with that white outline? Sure, it's fine. Emma, where's the doctor? Well, the thing is, he died last night. Wait, what? It seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it an accidental death. What? Please tell me you're joking. As if I'd come all the way out here for a few laughs, Apollo. Yeah, I guess not. He got isekai'd. A scholar killed by his own books. We have to flip through all the books and find the one that he's trapped inside of. What do we do now? How can we transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead? Yeah, that is a problem. Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened? What do you think you're doing? You can't just poke around without my permission. Guess I ask her what's going on first. I'm an attorney. Your attorney's badge, huh? What, that normally gets a better reaction from you. I'm tired of collecting your fingerprints. It's kind of lost its luster. Yeah, but who knows? There could be other people's prints on it. Oh, that's true. Hand it over, buddy. Ah. The only prints I found were yours. Ah, it's all dusty now. Orb? Scientifically speaking, ancient relics are highly fascinating. Why is that? Because of all the tests I can run. CT scans, electron microscopy, chemical analysis. The list goes on and on and on. If you ever do find one, you better bring it to me straight away. Can I count on it getting back intact? We'll see. Scientific advances don't come without sacrifices, you know. I know someone who won't be seeing the orb anytime soon. You sure like to shove things in people's faces, don't you? What about you? You're always dusting around for prints. That's my job. Well, it's not like I'm presenting evidence for the fun of it either. Really? Because it sure seems like you enjoy it, Apollo. Right back at you, Emma. Get. Well, goodbye. Fingerprints. So the doctor died in an accident. I received a call this morning saying Dr. Buff had been found dead under a pile of books. This morning? Talking about bad timing. You mentioned that he'd fallen off a ladder. Right. We believe he fell from the top of that big ladder there. That's pretty high up. There's a bunch of missing books, too. Apparently, he triggered an avalanche of books while fumbling to reach one. And that sent him headlong on a fatal fall toward onto the hard floor. How sad. Killed by his own boots. But at least he was doing something he loved. Falling and screaming? He was an avid fan of skydiving. For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of like a soldier being killed in the line of duty. Yeah. You could say he died an honorable death. Book, run! Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. I can relate to that. Yeah, being a wanted man and all. But what now, Dirk? The dead man can't exactly hand over the orb. We'll just have to find it. Must be around here somewhere. Just to fill you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something. I love that fucking bass intro. Pops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orb. Pops? Pop-ups. Oh, I see. That could be a problem, considering he's dead. Do you have a plan B? Susami statue? It's a robot. I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot Dats should have it. Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So who is this gentleman you're escorting? It's Dirk. It's like a clock on a larger timescale. The astrolabe is a clock. Geologically speaking, the murder happened right now. All right, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk. He's from the Kingdom of Korain. All the way from Korain, huh? So, what do you do there? You don't watch the TV, do you, Emma? I used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. I'm focused now on making Korain a better place through volunteer work. Volunteer work, huh? How interesting. Well, it's not technically a lie. So how do you two know each other? Oh, he's sort of my foster father. Come again? Yeah, and he's Prosecutor Salamati's real dad. What? You mean you and Prosecutor Sadbadi? I'm so sorry. It seems you've had quite a life. And they were roommates. Guess she's put a few things together. Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have we met before? Not that I recall. Great. She must have seen that news report on TV. It'll really complicate things if she figures out he's a wanted man. There were lots of guys who looked like him. Sure you're not mistaking him for someone else? Are there really? I mean, a middle-aged man with long hair and an eye patch? You don't see that every day. He's just, he's in town for the Big Boss convention. That's what's happening. Well, I'm sure you're just imagining things. So what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff in here that's old and relic-y. Indeed. Unfortunately, I have no idea what it actually looks like. Majima. So then how are we supposed to find it? That I do not know either. We'll just have to go through each candidate one by one. Great plan of attack there, Dirk. Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room a once-over? I guess not. But in exchange, you're going to help me with my investigation. Sure, it can't hurt. Ooh, I can't wait to get started. It'll be like hunting for buried treasure. Yeah, wait. Apollo-chan? Phoenix-chan? What a huge window. I bet you could see the entire study from the outside. How could he concentrate in here? I'd feel so exposed. Well, he does have a bookshelf positioned for some privacy around his desk. Is this a bird? Looks like an airplane to me. No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Yes, but it has wings and both horizontal and vertical stabilizers. That makes it an airplane. No, it's definitely a bird. Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things. Still say it's a bird. It's a step airplane. There's some sort of machinery inside this clay figure. Whoa, it's moving! Oh my god. Oh god. Exterminate. Exterminate. Destroy all targets. Exterminate. Do I even want to know what this thing is for? There's a brown stain on this scroll. Oh. Why does it smell like gravy? Oh. Okay. Why would there be a gravy stain on it? Who knows? But it looks like it's meant to be there. Maybe the artist was trying to inspire a gravy new trend. Food splatter art. That pun wounded me gravely, Dirk. Boo. A boo, hiss, boo. Why would you smell it? You don't walk up to art and smell it all the time? It's like the first thing you do. This is where Dr. Buff died. Fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly. Was he wearing... I hope he was wearing shorts. Actually, is he wearing socks? Did someone take his pants? And his shoes? What's happening? It looks like someone took his pants and his shoes. What was on that top shelf, buddy? Yowza. That's where I hide the good archaeology, if you know what I mean. He fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly. He did his research pantsless, yeah. Less friction. I see some blood on the book there. What's that dark stain? The spicy yaoi section. It appears to be coffee. It's still damp. It must have gotten on there recently, perhaps even last night. That's a mighty big window he's next to, big enough for someone to see inside. Exactly, that's how the local resident who reported his death found him to begin with. Godot was here. The doctor's body was visible from outside the window. Coffee bar. And a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they'd found. So you mean this case is still only a few hours old? That explains why your investigation is just getting underway. Study photo out of the core record. Study diagram out of the core record. Pearl knows better than to talk to the cops. She learned from a young age. The doctor fell from the top of that ladder. From that height, a fall into a hard surface would probably kill anyone. I don't know why anyone would want to climb that high in the first place. Guess you could say he climbed it all the way to heaven. Tracy? I like there's no rebuttal. It was just, we'll just move on from that. There's a pair of glasses on this little pyramid here. They belong to the doctor. Scientifically speaking, they appear to be your ordinary run-of-the-mill glasses. I guess they don't pique her interest, scientifically speaking. Pyramid peak. Whoa! He's running BSIOS. This PC is password protected. Password protected. True, so you think your magic can do something about this? I don't think you can override a password. Now a locked desk, that I could get into. Like yours back at the office, Polly. That explains how she got his diary. I better watch what I put in there. What, you put weird stuff in your desk? Stuff you don't want anyone to see? Jeez, are you a mind reader too? Nope, but unlocking your thoughts is a cinch. It's a Unix system. I know this. I did rewatch Jurassic Park last year, and boy, that's a funny line. There are a few pairs of shoes here. I guess there must be an entrance on this floor too. Yeah, shit. Yeah, there's a back door over that way, but it's usually locked from what I can tell. Visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase. That's the way we came in. Chusi has a Magatama. Everyone does. No Shu Takumi's here. Or a cat named Shu. This is a two-toned raincoat. It's still a bit damp. I think someone might have worn it recently. Was it raining recently? There are animal drawings on the floor. They look like those famous geoglyph things. The Nazca lines? The NASCAR lines? They remind me of the chalk outlines detectives draw around bodies. And the doctor's is just drawing them. Now that's what I call dedication to one's field. I don't think it was on purpose. Also too soon? Too soon? Also too soon? Well, god damn it. Why does he have this? Ugh. Ugh. What a huge wall relief. Seems to depict a spirit channeling. Hey, this spirit medium looks like the Holy Mother of Kurain. Yeah, her face was left blank, but the rest is clearly detailed and well crafted. Did you know some researchers claimed the Holy Mother had 3 eyes? And her third eye was able to divine the truth just like the gods above. It's said to be on her forehead. Like you said, you shouldn't believe everything you hear. Oh, and the Ami... Yeah. The Epic of Gilgamesh on Rosetta Stone? It's true. And on CD-ROM next to it. It's a spiral staircase. A spiral staircase. Connected to a very ominous hallway up there. Why do they have to place the second floor so high up? Well, that's normally where second floors go. You're not afraid of heights, are you? Oh, well. Oh, Polly's hilarious around high places. He gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking its first steps. And his face turns as green as a watermelon. It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know. I'm with Apollo on that. Come to think of it, the visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house. I don't think this is a house. It is odd, but I don't think he lives here. Or doesn't he? It's a golden statue. Looks pretty old, too. I imagine it has great archaeological value. Maybe too great for a private researcher of Dr. Buff's caliber. No wonder how he got his hands on something like this. Huh, is that bloodstains on it? No, that's one big suitcase. It's locked. Is it the doctor's? Nope, someone left it here last night. So the doctor might have had a visitor. How can you tell? Point and laugh! That sticker there, you only see those on airport luggage. Which means its owner is likely from overseas. Sure. Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to? Not unless we can open it to see what's inside. Guess not. That's because you're not me. Emma Sky. Oh. I thought that was Trucy laughing about lockpicking it. Forensics expert extraordinaire. Try as you might, you won't find the word impossible in my forensics handbook. Is she okay, son? It's like she became an entirely different person. That's just what happens when her forensics switch gets flipped. Emma's theme is a bop. With this, identifying the suitcase's owner will be as easy as pie. Is that fingerprint powder? That's right. And there's no better time than the present to use it. Here we go. That we're all about to get murdered. You remember how to do this, right? I apply a powder where I think some prints might be and blow any excess off. Well, have at it. Where I expect to find prints on a suitcase. Probably on the sticker. It's probably recently applied. Oh, actually, yes. I was fucking around. But there's... Or is that just residue from the... It's staying on there. Is that something? I think that actually is a handprint. I was fucking around. Okay, good. Excellent. Wow. Love it. Love accidentally getting it right as a bit. Like, clearly we checked the handle, right? No. Why is it not being like, da-da-da-da, you did it? Is there more? Whole goddamn hand. What more do you need? Move camera. Is that... What? I gotta switch to analyze. Oh. Sorry, thank you. Doesn't look like there's any prints here. Okay. What do you... Thumbprint? What is wrong? Why not? Hey, Emma, I've got a pretty clear print here. Fine. Let me know when you think... Who you think it could belong to? Who could it be? It would have to be someone who could pay... Who would have paid Dr. Buff a visit. Oh, Blue Badger. That was probably Trucy. That's a rebel. Badger OS. Anything but that. I love how it takes a really, 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 really long time to go, yep, that's the same. Like, I don't know. If they looked more different, I don't know. There's a way to make that feel like you're doing something where it's just like, they match. And you're like, I know they match. We have a match. Come to think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? To conclude the orb transfer agreement. So he's the one who forgot his suitcase here. Where do you suppose he is now? Also, why did he grab his suitcase? Like grabbing... Why haven't heard from him in a while and he's not answering his phone? You don't think he left his phone inside his suitcase, do you? I wouldn't put it past that knucklehead. Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier. Really? A sus man had been reported in the area. But when one of my officers approached to question him, he took off like a shot. Sorry about that. Kurai's people aren't all like him, I swear. Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere. Maybe knows something about the orb. The orb. Omni. Why is someone's name written on here? Maybe it's so if it ever got lost, someone could return it to its owner. You know, like how school kids put their names on things. Yeah, but this is just an urn, and the name's written so big. Well, I wrote my name on my magic panties. It says Wright in super big letters. The less said about this, the better. Kazuo! Oh, Kazuo stomping around, a coffee maker and a bunch of coffee cups. I don't care about that. He must have taken his coffee breaks here. There's a filter with old coffee grounds in here. Guess I'd better clean this up. What are you doing there, son? Well, what am I doing? Cleaning this office? Don't tell me they have you on coffee duty back at your office. No, it's just... If I don't keep the place clean, no one will. Poor Apollo. Yeah. Yeah. Explain the references to that. I mean, it does seem odd. I appreciate them not going the easy route and just being like, oh, this is from that case. But it seems odd that not one of these is like, hey, didn't Phoenix mention something about an old case involving a 7-bladed sword or a broken pot with letters on it or anything, you know, but it's fine. I don't really mind it. It just seems like one of these could have been like a little something. A poll redeem. We'll get that in a sec. Thank you. It's one of the doctor's notebooks. Maybe there's something about the orb in there. We gotta read all about it. Mitama motif from Korean founding period. It's a photo of the treasure box, the one from Temple's treasure room. And Emma's like, did you just say Temple? These must be his research notes on the founder's orb. What's down the right? Looks like a poem. Let's see. It's the song that's performed during the Dance of Devotion. It's been sung during Koreanese rites of offering since ancient times. I think I've heard of that. The idea of Phoenix not mentioning a single one of these cases or having a file about them that Apollo would have read is a little completely asinine. I like that this room is not the characters going, look, there's the reference. It's for you, the player, to put it together. But I think one of them, could have had a little like, wait, isn't that gravy related to the time on the mountaintop with the... No, it's fine. There's also a legend associated with the song. Some say the solution to the orb's riddle is contained therein. It's in a song everyone in Korean knows, not much of a way to keep it secret. It's called Hiding Secrets in Plain Sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that. That's strange. What is? Dr. Buff's notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion. Most people haven't even heard the second half. The second half, as in the part that begins, offer thy prayers. I'm impressed. That's some thorough research he was conducting. Let's just understand it correctly. Well, what was that poll about? What was that poll about? Do you have an orb? Yes, no, soon. Do you have an orb? Yes, no, soon. It's ominous. It's a bit ominous that it seems the orb isn't here. That means might be our only lead at this point. Is that Lotta's jacket? Don't summon her. Detective Sky said he might still be here in the village. We should try to find him. I wanted to read the thing. When Dragon and Tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. So that's how to open the thing. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return, descending upon us in all her glory. Fire bestows the greatest power known. Ran out of room. So if you set the orb on fire, does that render her image visible in the orb? That is my theory. It's just a theory, though. I don't think I own any orbs, only a bowling ball, which doesn't count. Bowling ball definitely counts as an orb, I think. Can you ponder it? It's an orb. Good day to you, citizens of Korean Village. My name is Paul Attishan. Attishan? And I want your vote. Wow, that's really loud. Look, something's coming this way. Paul Attishan. Oh, politician. Oh my god. Savior of Korean has come to... Oh, it's you people. Apollo, what is that strange conveyance coming this way? Yeah, just like they do in California. It's one of those, what do you call them? Palanquins? Oh. Oh. So, you finally left Dr. Buff's house. What were you doing there? That was his house? I thought that was just like a research institute. I guess it was his house. What a bunch of shady-looking characters. And you aren't? So I take it you knew the doctor? What a foolish question. I've memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate here in Korean. After all, I am the man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday. Nate? It's a town. What? 60% of chat said they will soon have orb. 29% said, yeah, they got orb. What is he talking about? Who are you and what do you mean king? Ignorant fools, I am the Paul Attishan. I'm a soon-to-be eminent politician, a man whose name will go down in history. They'll rename the profession after me. You should be ashamed you've never heard of me before. Oh, his theme is spicy. Is he really that famous of a politician, Apollo? Not that I know of. I'm running for a seat on the local council right now. I guess even Jerk Q Public has to start somewhere. But my election is a sure thing, I'm told. Who told you that? After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, the golden boy, the powerhouse of politics. And rider of his grandfather's coattails. Heh heh heh. Are you blinded by my majesty? Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one. Sure. Ah! A pleasant day to you, good people of Kurain. I am politician. It's time to reclaim the glory of Kurain together. A convenience store on every corner, a karaoke bar in every home. I'd vote for him. A vote for politician is a vote for a happier, hopier Kurain village. Can he put soda in the drinking fountains, though? Turn off that infernal racket, you fool. You're a stain on your grandfather's good name. Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated as always. I guess he's one of those people who only hears what they want to hear. In other words, he's a model politician. Now, where was I? Oh, right. You were in the doctor's house. Just what in the world were you doing in there? I'm an attorney. Actually, I'm a lawyer. You're so shallow, relying on your badge to impress people. What would you be without it? I pity men like you who have no sense of self. Real men make their own mark in this world. Says the man who's riding on his grandfather's coattails. You know about any orb? What do you think about this? I'm the squeaky clean candidate, so if you're going to bribe me, try to be a little more subtle about it, would you? I wasn't trying to bribe you. Don't accept any bribes unless they come in unmarked bills. This is but a fraction of the political wisdom my grandfather shared with me. Better luck next time. After a spin cycle or two with those bills, I bet I'd be squeaky clean too. Good. Not don't bribe me, but be more subtle. Exactly. He's a good politician. He's learned well. Yeah, what's up? Is this what you ride around in when you're campaigning? That's right. It's perfect for the narrow roads and steep hills here in this village. It has a top speed of 5 miles per hour, but it suffers from serious reliability issues. Namely, these imbeciles tire out too quickly. We'll try harder next time, sir. Poor guys, they're exhausted and covered in sweat. The Attishan family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country. Really? My grandfather, Abe Attishan, was a prominent member of Congress. And he was born right here in Kurain. There isn't a person here who hasn't heard of him. Was he called Honest Abe? All I asked about was his palanquin. You must have heard of the Attishans. I'm even reviving our old country campaigning style. Politics aren't really my thing. Trucy? I don't recall ever reading about them at school. Hey, Crystal. Thanks for the raid. Minecraft. Are you playing Minecraft? Welcome. Welcome. We're playing Ace Attorney. Spirit of Justice. It's going good. Young people today. Aren't the men kind of powerless? That's how they set it up before. That the women ran the town, but you people really need to pay more attention to politics. Is it Abe or Abe? It might be Abe. So what business did you people have at Dr. Buff's house? Relearning everything? They've added a few things since 11 years ago. He was going to transfer ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. It's a sacred relic from the Kingdom of Kurain, and we're just telling everyone about it, apparently. The orb? So you tried to get your hands on it, did you? What do you know about the orb? I know that it's mine, that's what. How do you figure that? Because I know it's not the Founder's Orb. Its real name is the Crystal of Ami Fe. The Crystal of Ami Fe? That's right, it's been passed down for generations in the Attishan family. Until it was stolen, that is, but just when I had zeroed in on the culprit, the doctor hid it away and then kicked the bucket. You're saying Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? It's not what Dirk said. Strange. But I've been told the doctor himself said that he had the Founder's Orb. It's all that weird foreigner's doing. He filled the doctor's head with nonsense. Nonsense like the Crystal of Ami Fe being the Founder's Orb. Weird foreigner. Could he mean? Is this the foreigner you're talking about?
Take that!
There's a bit in this song where it goes, sounds like a guy going, "We." Yeah, that's him. I thought so. Now we really have to find that. Yes, I have a motive to kill Archie Buff. Why did you ask? Do you know where this man is now? I imagine he's at the detention center by now. I called the authorities after I found him hiding in my dog's doghouse. Isn't that redundant? Couldn't you just say doghouse? What? The writers hadn't thought of it yet, but it was there the whole time. That buffoon. Well, at least we know where he is now. Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb. He was definitely in the dog food. Yeah. So you really are after my crystal. No, we're looking for the Founder's Orb, and we have an agreement to prove it. Well, just so you know, you're not going to lay a finger on it. It's mine. And I intend to give it to my benefactor. Don't like the sound of that. Your benefactor? Dare I ask? We couldn't render spheres on the DS. Took too much processing power. My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. They have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness that influence. You're just gonna give your family heirloom away to this person? That's right. It's a purely political decision. And in exchange, your patron will get the people of Korean to vote for you. Eminent politicians are skilled at leveraging all of their connections. Isn't it illegal to buy votes? Well, good luck with that, I guess. You just wait. Politician will reign supreme someday. I gotta go. From the holiday home. The dog house. As opposed to his dog's house. What are you doing in there? What are you doing there, and why do you have the sad music? That's our ball? Was that intentional? I don't know. Hey! Yipes! He's dead. What's he doing under the desk? Foul cogs of the corrupt regime have nothing to say to you. It's me, Dirk. Oh! Dirk! You're a sight for sore eyes. I knew you'd come save me. Well, this is another fine mess you've gotten yourself into. My bad. At least the grub here's pretty good compared to that prison back home. He had 3 squares plus a place to sleep. Why don't you join me, Dirk? No thanks. They just sent me back to Korean where I'd face immediate execution. Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea. Looks like he's still the same too. Long time no see, that's... Huh? Hey, you look kind of familiar. Apollo, is it really you, my boy? What do you mean, my boy? A to the J, all grown up and whatnot. How you been? Fine, and you, Dats? You look good, besides the incarceration and all. Those horns, AJ. Horns? They've grown up with you just like a stag's antlers. I can't take it. You really haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we need to talk to you about. Sure, pull up a chair. I've got all the time in the world. The Slammer's like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it. He's just like Maya for real. He's rather laid back for someone in police custody. Dirk, why are you holding that mic? I get this strange urge to speak whenever there's a microphone before me. We, the Defiant Dragons, shall... No, stop. He's completely uninterested in us. That suits me fine. It'll only complicate things if I'm recognized. Right, you're known as some sort of scary terrorist who fled from Korean. Should you just be walking around like this? In reality, no one would believe you're the real Dirk of Legend anyway. I hate the feeling of being constantly watched. Indeed, considering my current situation, the less I'm seen, the better. It's not like there's an international arrest warrant out for you. True, but I seem to have made quite an international splash with that hijacking stunt. I had to sign a ton of autographs and take a load of selfies before I got to your office. Are you trying to hide or not? Wait, what? Maybe they thought the hijacking was part of some movie promotion. This man ain't the brightest. About the orb. That's what the doctor had really the orb? Absolutely positively the doc was sure of it. Really? Because someone from the village is calling it the Crystal of Amife. He also claims we're filling the doctor's head with lies. That ain't true. The doc said he was sure it was the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the Founder's Orb. So then that politician character was lying? Imagine that. A politician who lies? I've never heard of such a thing. I bet he wants the orb all to himself. I wonder who's telling the truth. Well, take a look at this. It proves the doc believed he had the orb. Let me see that. Orb transfer agreement. I agree to hand over the orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. Huh? Signed Dr. Archie Buff. See, I got it all down in writing. Why was he afraid? But Dads, why does it say, if I will come to no harm at the end here? Sounds like he was scared of you. Dads, did you threaten the doctor in any way? No, you got it all wrong. It was the doc's friend. He told the old man us rebels were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him. Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. Great. What have you done now, Dats? Nothing. I'm innocent, I tell you. It's all started when that dog-faced cop tried to question me. He looked so funny I started laughing at him. That's when they came after me. Hi, Shiv. Yeah. Who up transferring the orb? But it was hilarious, I tell you. I mean, a human police dog. How funny is that? Right, so what happened after that? They caught me hiding in a doghouse. Dang Pooch ratted me out. I guess that's what I get for laughing at one of his doggy comrades. Sounds like the dog's got the last laugh. Weren't you cleared of those jailbreak charges? And you're captured by Lady Kira deemed unlawful? Yeah, but the cops here don't seem to like me anyway. What are the charges this time? Unauthorized entry or something like that. They think I'm an illegal alien. And I can't prove otherwise because I lost my passport. Is there any way they'd let you go? Not without my passport. If only I had it. Dirk, AJ, you gotta find my passport. Alright, we'll find it. One more thing to add to our to-do list. Where might his passport be? Oh, about the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the doc's kid knows something. The doctor has a kid? Yeah, a bit of a shut-in, though. The poor thing's own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison. A shut-in? Sounds like it'll be a challenge just to get a conversation going. Time for your questioning. Follow me. It must be lunchtime. Today's fried chicken, if I'm not mistaken. You get your lunch if you behave. Dirk, AJ, I'll see you guys around. Our only lead now is Dr. Buff's kid. But luring a shut-in out is not gonna be easy, I know. Oops. Time to go, then. Back to the study. Hikikomori. Oh, I missed it. That's a face. Yeah. Yeah. May 16th. Crane Village, Doctor Study. Oh, it's you again. Hello. Looking for Mr. Wright? He was just here a second ago. What? Huh? Who? He was? What was Daddy doing here? Good question. He said he was looking for something. Did he say anything else? Let me think. Something about how his ride never showed up at the airport? That's either really funny or something is very bad. Yeah, that was it. I guess Athena really did get lost. But what's Daddy doing all the way out here in the first place? He can't be looking for us since no one told him we'd be here. Well, if you're here to take another look around, be my guest. I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me. Of course. Thanks, Emma. Bye. First and foremost, we better find Datz's passport. Should also have a word with Dr. Buff's child. Hey, is it just me or is there something new in here? Is there? Oh. You mean that thing? Yeah, we should take a closer look at it too. Let's not forget about Datz's passport. It should be around here somewhere. It looks like a helicopter from Metal Slug. What's this? A model helicopter? Don't you know anything, Apollo? It's a drone. They're all the rage right now. I bet it belongs to the doctor's kid. We need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts. Yeah, but luring out a shut-in isn't gonna be easy. Nah. Nothing new here. There's a pixel off. That's his suitcase. Maybe his passport's in there. Arrgh, it's no good. It's locked tight. We should have asked him for the key. Well, guess that's it. What are we gonna do about Datz's passport? It's probably right here inside his suitcase, but we can't get it open. Why don't I take it over to Datz so he can unlock it? That way, you guys can continue looking for the orb. Good thinking, Trucy. Here I go. Huh? What the? This thing weighs a ton. Let me try. Jeez, how can a suitcase be so heavy? Is it filled with bricks or something? Knowing Dats, he's probably packed his dumbbells in there. It's certainly much too heavy to lug all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at that lock. What, are you gonna pick it? Was it just like 1, 2, 3, 4? There you go. That was fast. Ha ha ha! Oh, a lock like that is child's play to me. Especially after all the wrongly imprisoned compatriots I've busted out over the years. You've sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer. And here we go. That's passport. I'll take it over to him. Thanks, Drusy. No problem. Now you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting time, okay? See you later. There she goes. I wish you wouldn't make such a big deal of this little family situation. Father-son time, eh? Been ages since we had a father-son talk, huh, son? Yeah, well, over a decade. So, Apollo, how have you been? Fine. I'm fine, I guess. Is that so? Fine, you say? Well, fine is fine by me. Good to hear. Okay. What we talk about now? Get down! Hit the dirt, son! Huh? What the? Ah! Apollo. He's down. Speak to me, son. Say something. That really is Metal Slug. Rocket launcher. That's smarts. You maggots. And that's who became a spirit of justice. What do you think you're doing invading Buff airspace? Oh. It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before you get past me, you yellow-bellied yahoos. Whoa, it can talk? What kind of drone is this? I mean, what? Drone nothing. That's Sergeant Buff to you, soldier. You got that, you lowly grunts? Ow, what the who now? Buff? Sounds like the doctor's son is behind the controls. He's controlling this thing. Paul, let's play along for now. At least until we can get the information we need out of him. Got it? Dean. Sergeant Buff? Sergeant Buff, sir. You forgot to say sir. Ain't you never seen a war movie before? Right. Let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir. Better. That's quite good. Better. Much better. Now, state your name, unit, and rank, soldier. I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Wright Anything Agency. And my rank is, fledgling lawyer, sir? Affirmative. Private Justice. Private? Listen up, diaper baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear? Sir? Yes, sir. Good, good. We might make a man out of you yet, Private. Now for you, Cyclops. Huh? Oh, you want my name? Unit and rank 2? I'm Dirk Sadmati. He's just giving his name. I command the rebel group, the Defiant Dragons, and my rank is leader, sir. He's really not trying to hide anything, is he? Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commandeer Dirk. Wait a second. What's with that ridiculous mop you call a head? Soldiers should be clean cut. I'm sorry, but this is my signature look. I'm not going to... Whoa! Fine, fine. I'll get a haircut before we ship out. Listen up, you. It's kill or be killed out on that battlefield. No place for leave-in conditioners. All you've got is your life, and you're lucky to have that. He's oddly obsessed with field survival for someone who never goes outdoors. This is gonna be harder than I thought, son. I have to interrogate a helicopter. Hello. What insubordination? Petty trinkets have no place in Buff's army, soldier. Now drop and give me 20. Sheesh. At least let me show the evidence before you shoot it down. Ah! Don't let me catch you stepping out of line again. I better play along and ask what he wants. Hello. There's a bunch of stars and words. Yeah, I saw that. A lot of confirmed kills. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir? Affirmative. But I can see everything you do from here, so... T10 hut, soldier. Wipe that stupid look off your face. I'm gonna whip you sheltered peaceniks into shape. With what? Your charming personality? Look, it's got a camera and speakers, too. And that's not all, commandeer. Go on. Oh. With these arms, I can cook and clean, too. Speaking of which, Private Justice, you're on latrine duty. Snap to it on the double. As if I don't see enough of the toilet back at the office. I thought it was adding latrine duty to the court record. Sarge's drone, equipped with a camera and a microphone. Okay. That thing's pretty handy. Us Defiant Dragons could use one of those. Yes, it is a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense. Siege defense, you mean how you won't leave your room? Added room to court record. Holding up in a stronghold to defend against an enemy is an age-old military tactic. A timeless strategy still applicable in modern warfare. I hope you're not trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers. I meant no offense. It was just an observation. So the Greenhorn, who ain't even discharged the firearms, got something to say, does he? Sorry. It won't happen again, sir. Darn tootin'. Now, state your intentions, soldier. Or? Question mark? We had an agreement with your father. He had promised to hand over the Founder's Orb to us. Papa promised you that? He did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. Now we have no idea where it is. Oh. Sniffle. No, not the sad helicopter. Papa, why? Why'd you have to die? It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss. If it helps at all, I know how you feel, Sergeant. What'd I do now? You insignificant maggot! What would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel? First I lost Mama, and now I've lost Papa. You lost your mother too? Sad helicopter noises. She's been gone for some time now. For anyone just joining stream, welcome. We are talking to a sad helicopter who lost its parents. I'm all alone now. All alone. My sad copter goes swoy, 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 swoy. Sergeant Buff, would you tell us a little more about what happened to your mother? Mama was a fighter jet. And Papa was a tactical ATC carrier. Why there's so many dead moms Easter me? You know. Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I had yet to engage my siege defense strategy. In other words, something caused them to withdraw from the world. It was arson. It happened so suddenly, and before we knew it, our apartment was a sea of flames. Mom and I were trapped inside. But help never came, so Mama cradled me in her arms. Kicked out a window, and jumped. She did what? She was like a walking, talking medal of valor, my mama was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with a perfectly executed PLF. What is a PLF? It's a 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground. Is that true? Is it, PLF. Parachute landing fall. This is the Wikipedia image. First you put your hands up in the air and go, woo! And then you kind of do like that sweet, like, hit that move, and then you bust the move on the ground. You go, yeah! And you go, and then you just kind of roll around the ground and then pose. Being a paratrooper looks fun! Anyway, what is this, a gifted Steam game? You know it, Viz. So I did buy this. It's 5-point landing technique. Sounds like a superhero or something. But from that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so I could live. Ah, mama! His mother died doing this first attack. She hit a move too hard. I don't know what to say. And the person who started the fire? He was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building burned. At least justice was served. I hope that brought you some solace. I've lost both my parents now. You can't possibly know how I feel. Mama, Papa. Poor kid. It's hard losing both your parents at such a young age. You must really feel alone now. Apollo, I imagine you know what he's going through. I do? The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who suffered the same hardship. I know you have something that shows you understand. Yeah, right. Alright, that's why we have the photo of her dad. Sergeant, sir, would you please take a look at this? What do we have here? It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died. In a fire. What? And like your mother, he died in an arsonist's blaze. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son. Private Justice, you've suffered a loss just like mine. I have. And that's why I know how you feel. But you still have your mother, don't you? No, I lost her too. What? She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or dead. If only someone who was like in the same town right now and just got off a flight knew the answer to that riddle. That could probably provide some closure to us, but you know, maybe it's better if we don't know. Heck, I don't even know what she looks like. Wow. Gee, that'd be great. Sergeant Buff, his experience is very much like your own. If anyone can understand the sadness in your heart, it's him. Attention! I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a private in the Buff Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal. Corporal? Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal Justice. I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. We got Nazca lines on the floor? Yeah. Now, comrade, let's toast to your new stripes. The camouflage cups are very good. And call me Sarge. Don't be shy. We're a band of brothers now. Hamburgers. Now's our chance, Corporal. Ask about the Founder's Orb. Dirk's getting way too much of a kick out of this. Orb. Traditional Japanese hamburgers. Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be? It was here in Papa's study until last night. But he said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it. Where do you think he could have hidden it? Somewhere in the village, I'd guess. He said he'd found a suitable hiding place for it. So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide it somewhere in the village. The only question is, where? Maybe he left some clue here in his study. Let's search the place again. We should also find out more about Dr. Buff. He might steer us towards the hiding place. Maybe he hid inside the big rock. So Sarge, what was your father like? Papa was as kind as Mama was courageous. His whole reason for moving to the countryside was for me. What do you mean? I initiated my siege defense strategy after Mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might alter my tactics. What a fine father. He even quit his position at the university to move here. He did. He did. He gave up on his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said. Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right about now. There's no one in the world I respected more than him, but that just makes his passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels. Great. With Layton, this computer could prove some useful information. Provide as well. Alas, drat, password protected. Dirk, you're good at getting into places you're not supposed to. Don't look at me. I don't know the first thing about computer. Leave it to me. A modern-day warrior must be well-versed in technology and have mean pride. Is that a Rush reference? A modern-day warrior. Today's Tom Sawyer. Well, I forgot the actual verse. Anyway. Hey, it's you who controls information controls the battlefield. Click, clack, clickety, clack, clack. Oh. Mean pride. Information control, battlefield control, meme control, and I'm in. Looks like modern day warriors have mean keyboard skills too. A modern day warrior, mean stride, today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride. Thank you. I had it like flipped around. Okay, let's see what we can find. That's the mama's desktop. Uh-huh. You know it. Oh, what's this? An email message? An email college student? Now this is interesting. It's a research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb. Really got games on his computer? I deciphered the patterns, but I've yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Dr. Buff, how's your research coming along? From to Pa 711? From Doc Buff. PAW 711. An electronic mail? He got wave and pinwheel, and he got a target upload. He's seeding it on the... Anyway, it's a research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb. You got mist on there? I put the data on this. Take it and use it well, soldier. Add to the court record. That's the, like, most sensible thing that's ever happened in Ace Attorney is here's a thumb drive with information on it. It would normally just be like, here is just a picture of the computer. You just brought it to the courtroom. Sarge, do you ever read books? Why, of course. Soldiers must have extensive knowledge as well as fighting prowess. I am learning all I can each and every day in preparation for the big battle. The big battle? You know, for when I go back to school. I'll need to be up to date on every subject. Stuff like, you know, the latest comics and Hollywood gossip. I see. What about reading, writing, arithmetic? Well, I'm rooting for you, Sarge. Thanks, I'll try my best. Shoes! A shoe cubby. Those shoes look like they belong to Sarge and his dad. These boots here are a little damp. And it looks like there's something inside this one. Maybe Dr. Buff wore them last night. They might lead us to where he hid the orb. Let's take a closer look. Look closely. Oh! Shoe! Why? Huh? In the... Why is Chie Sato Naka's jacket here? Isn't that a character from Persona 3? Persona 4, oh. I didn't get that far in Persona 4 yet. I gotta get back to it. There's a question mark on the bottom of this boot. Oh, there is. Huh. Pop had those custom made for his archaeological fieldwork. He had the soul of an adventurer. This boot had the soul of an adventurer too. Oh. Oh. It's like first hour Persona 4? Is it? I guess I forgot. We might get a better look inside if we undid these straps. That's a detailed shoe animation. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably nothing. Yeah, fine. Ha! Wow! What is this song? What could it be? It's Freebird. It looks like some kind of glowing moss. Foot fungus? Yeah, why is it glowing? Velcro? Based. We could come from whatever the doctor went last night. Must have gotten in with some of that mud. It might be worth looking into if it'll help us pinpoint where the doctor hid the orb. How to get in the shoe? Was he walking around in this? What was him not having shoes in the photo important? It must have been. I mean, why else would he be not wearing pants and no shoes? Weird. Strange. Weird. A free bird in this economy? Exterminate, destroy all humans. What's this thing's problem? It's an oop art, an out-of-place artifact Papa won in an online auction. Online auction? Yes, he said it's an alien weapon that destroyed an entire ancient civilization. Why do I even start with an explanation like that? Is that actual lore for the background of the Ace Attorney universe? There's an ancient civilization that was wiped out by aliens. It's a raincoat, It's a bit wet and there's fresh mud on it. Someone wore it recently. Indeed, maybe even as recently as last night. Why not? Wouldn't surprise me. It's called an oopa. Sarge, did it rain last night? Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. How did this raincoat get all muddy and wet? When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me. It got like this later at night. Good eye, son. This may very well turn out to be a vital clue. Distinctive tone. Those the doctors? Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he'd been having trouble reading lately, but those glasses seem to help. Reading glasses? I'll just hold on to these. Dirk, don't tell me you're having trouble reading too. Perish the thought. I just don't want to leave any stone unturned. Okay, let's go over what we learned. Wherever it was that Dr. Buff went, he needed a raincoat. It was somewhere where this glowing moss grows. Any ideas where that might be, Sarge? Negative, comrade. I hate to say my intel's a little thin on this one. I've been occupied with my siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village. Well, son, it seems we have no other choice. We'll have to ask the locals if they know of a place like that. That better not be the politician. Surely there's someone else in town we can talk to. Oh god, the signs are up now. Yeah. Feels like somebody's watching me, and it's really creeping me out. No, it's just politicians' campaign posters. When did he put those up? Whatever. I got more important things important things to be paying attention to. What great weather. Really lifts the spirits. I know. After our little treasure hunt, what do you say we go hunting, son? Hunting. We used to do that a lot, didn't we? Just look at that mountain. I bet there are some feisty wild boars up there. I think I'll pass, but thanks. So hunting's a no-go. Well, I guess that wild boar stew will have to wait then. Apollo, something seems different from the last time we were here. Oh. You mean the posters? No, not those. What's he talking about? Guess I should take a look around myself. There's some sort of easel there. But more importantly, this fucking guy. When did politician have a chance to put up all these election posters? That old fool keeps sticking them up on our houses. He's a disgrace to his distinguished heritage. He's doing this without permission? Apollo the trial with a bow in tow? A boar in tow? What do we have here? It looks like an unfinished picture, like something a little kid might paint. You're right, but I can't quite tell what it's of. Why are we doing this? I think it's supposed to be nighttime, but what's that thing on the left? A monster or some kind of alien, perhaps? Larry was here. In any case, it's a pretty poor excuse for a drawing. Larry doned him at it again. What did you expect from a little kid? A little kid? Don't tell me it's actually Larry. Oh. It's Pearl? Oh, it's you, Pearl. Why, Mr. Apollo, is that you? Wait, she's not a child anymore. If that's hers, that's rough. What a pleasant surprise. Like, smash cut to me an hour ago and being like, I don't really care about Pearl. And I'm like, oh, Pearl's theme, let's go. Let's go. She's just not a great artist, okay? She's fine. What a pleasant surprise. How are the penguins doing? It's been quite some time. How you been? Fine, thanks. You're looking good too, Pearl. Aren't you going to introduce me, son? Don't even touch a paint. They will dishonor your legacy. True. Of course, this is Pearl Fay. She's a spirit medium here in Crane Village. Pearl, this is Dirk, my client. Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Nice to meet you too, and what a polite little girl you are. Actually, I'm a high schooler. Whoops, sorry about that. So, you're a spirit medium? Does that mean you can channel spirits then? Yeah, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling. Well now, isn't that something? I mean, back in my country, our little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet. Pretty impressive, young lady. Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there's so much more I must learn. Mystic Maya, right, Maya Fey. Mr. Wright's former courtroom assistant. Been training for like 30 years at this point. She looks less baby mode than she did in the DLC case. I suppose, I don't really, she looked like this. I don't know. Her hair just always makes me hungry for pretzels. I don't really look at the rest of her model. I'm just like, man, I could go for a big ol' hot pretzel with some mustard. She told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if memory serves. She's an amazing medium, and soon she'll be the next head of the Fae Clan too. Mediums and spirit channeling. I've heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling. I wonder if even little Pearl would turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one. Soft pretzels are the best. They changed the textures too? That could be. I hope you don't mind me asking, what brings you all the way out here, Mr. Apollo? Just a small matter to take care of. Wait, would it happen to be the matter Mr. Edgeworth is looking into? What? Is everyone coming back? Is this an everyone is here moment? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what's he doing here? Oh, so it's a different matter then. Because I just saw him a moment ago, he appeared to be searching for something. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright's and the district chief prosecutor. Oh, front-facing Edgeworth, how I missed you. Why would he be here in Kurain? Sorry, Kurain. We're not in Kurain. Well, no point obsessing over it. Never been to Germany pretzel. I have been to Germany once. I don't remember if I had a pretzel, though. I did have some bratwurst. Come to think of it, you live here in Kurain Village, don't you, Pearl? Yeah, I was born and raised here. This is perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young lady if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night. I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe I should show her what we found in the doctor's study. Where's my male wife? Where is he? I'm an attorney? Seeing you present your badge like that reminds me of when I used to investigate cases alongside Mr. Nick. He used to help Mr. Wright all the time, I hear. That I did. Doing so helped me expand my horizons beyond this tiny little village. So please, Mr. Apollo, if there's anything I can help you with, you just let me know. I will. What I really like is her help with cleaning the office again. I'm no strangers to murder scenes. Nick really didn't hide anything from me. Ugh. How you doing? I'm fine. Great. Check this out. Want to see a dead body? Don't worry, I'm right. Sorry I wasted your time. At least let me offer you some tea. You must be tired from all your investigating. You don't have to do that. We'll be just fine, thank you. She's so polite. What do you think of a drone? Okay. Hey, check this out. It's a gun. Oh, Mr. Gumshoe used to let me run around with this gun. Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow? It looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a soft glow in the dark. Mount Mitama. See that mountain over there? That's Mount Mitama. Huh. Do you think the birds are singing Pearl's theme? And how would one get there? You can take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you're so interested in that moss? Well, Dr. Buff was supposed to give us something, but it seems he hid it somewhere last night. He did? Maybe that's why he, Pearl, do you know something that might help us? Well, sounds like I better find out what she knows. Should we get the birds to do? What a peaceful place. Ah, nothing beats mountain air. Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forests, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain. The ocean? What do you say we go for a swim, son? I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl, Kurain Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right? Yep, and I'm part of a long line of mediums. I've never seen a channeling before, but is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who's passed away? No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name. Really? You can channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name? That's an amazing ability. It is, but it can only be learned by those with a gift occurring in certain bloodlines and years of intense training. At present, Mystic Maya and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits. This late in the series, it's kind of fun though. Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Korean. I heard there used to be many more of us a long time ago, but now we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city. Yeah, well, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. But what about you? Are you not interested in things like that? Who, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two, and well, oh, never mind. It's okay, Pearl. You're at that age after all. Where'd he go? Pearl, do you have any idea where Dr. Buff might have gone last night? Well... How do you keep a medium farm down on the farm once they've seen conhunters? A small, medium at large. About that! All I know is Dr. Buff is somewhere on the on Mount Mitama. My bracelet. My bracelet. It's reacting. Which means Pearl is hiding something from me. Pearl craves Jaeger bombs. We met this weirdo earlier named Politician. You know anything about him? Yeah, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately, and the noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day. Morgan would die a second death if she knew how Pearl wants to date boys instead of putting her life to spirit channeling. Yeah, Morgan was a piece of work. Well, the local police should arrest him for disturbing the peace. Unfortunately, there's little they can do because the Addison family's so powerful. Attition family. Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince? He seems pretty intent on winning here in Korain. Is there some special reason why? I'm not sure, but I have an idea. The spirit mediums of Korain once held considerable sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after. So he's just another politician seeking powerful connections. The ability to commune with the dead gives comfort to those anxious about the future. Tiny Korain has preserved its independence by the Queen's power of spirit channeling, and must play a similar role in this village. Yep, even today, many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins. So basically, as Politician's benefactor goes, so goes the whole village. Who is this benefactor? Who could hold this much sway over Korain Village? Anyway, yeah! I must perceive. What are you doing? She's looking. Dr. Butt, she's looking over that way. Chew on the thumb. Somewhere on Mount Mitama. Okay. Nothing stood out there. Go again. Maybe her pretzel hair. I gotta go for the pretzel logic. The pretzel's gonna start wiggling. In the loops, it's gonna turn to binoculars and show where he actually was. Okay. Where's her other hand? What are you doing with that hand, huh? What are you doing, huh? What are you gonna do with that? Just hanging out? Normal things? Nothing suspicious? Nothing at all? Ha! Ha! Pearl, you seem anxious about the topic of Mount Mitama. I could tell because you'd rub your thumb over a splotch of dried paint as you said it. Oh, well. That nighttime painting is yours, isn't it? This is so embarrassing. As you saw, I'm not a very good artist. I did kind of talk shit. I feel bad. But that picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff. I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm gonna guess that while you were out there painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop. No, I didn't see anything like that, I swear. Oh, I'm positive you saw the doctor. After all, he's right here in your picture. He's the creature. He's doing the Bigfoot dance. How dare she have hobbies? You think that's the doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person. Okay, if this isn't a person, then what is it? That's a rain spirit. La criatura. And what's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop? Rain spirits have places to go too? If Totoro's allowed to wait for the bus, I don't see why not. This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar. That is Dr. Buff, and this proves it. Hiya. Hiya. This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's study. It's still wet and muddy. We know that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern is the same as the rain spirit in your picture. You didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing this raincoat. Oh. I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to lie. Then don't do it. Don't waste our time. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? That's a forest spirit, he's different. Forest spirits can wait for the bus, but not rain spirits. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Apollo, but I did see the doctor last night. It's alright, just please tell me everything you know. Of course. I was painting out here last night when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat even though it wasn't raining, and a helmet with a light on it. Sounds like he was well prepared for something. I know, that's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled like he hadn't noticed me there. And then he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here." So why'd you paint him? Why would he want to silence you like that? Something must have happened to spook him. And he didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb. But where could he have been going dressed like that? My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Mitama. I heard there's a cave there where mediums of the Korean tradition went to train long ago. Legend has it there are some sort of mystical ruins in there. The bus for the mystic ruins will be departing soon. Mystical ruins? Sounds like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. The bus? Yeah. Were you gonna do the exact same thing? We should get going now, but thanks for all your help, Pearl. You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care. I need and then I trapped him in my painting. That'll teach him. What do you say we go find that cave, son? Yeah, hold on. I just need the, I need to get the music for the, what is this? There's the... Yeah! The bus for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon. I gotta get on that bus! And then we get on that bus, and then it's, which track is that? I don't remember, where's, there it is. There, is it? There it is. Oh, so good. Let's get on the bus. Hey, yeah. Oh. Okay, that's enough of that. Hey, let's get on the bus. I sense the orb might finally be within our grasp. This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal. Really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Now when we play Sonic Adventure. One is oft saddled with unnecessary feelings towards Sonic Adventure. May 16th. Whew, I'm all out of breath. Woo, fancy art. Nice. You got that stick. It's a good thing Athena's not here, or Maya. I feel like they would try to eat the moss. Oh, come on, that was nothing. And you're so much younger than me. I don't normally get this much exercise. It's not really dressed for hiking either. Need a break? No, I'm fine. Puff and puff. Dirk, look, there's Mitama moss growing in that cave over there. This must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside. Tasty mold. What's not to liken? I can't see a thing. Relax, your eyes will adjust eventually. Now follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk. Should have brought one along then, son. Here, use mine. Who? Thanks. Wait, were you holding out on me? Who are you talking to, Apollo? You? Whoa! Someone just pushed me! Apollo! What the? Apollo! Gmod impact noises. Is Apollo voice blind? Yes. Ow! Are you alright, son? Yeah. Looks like someone got the drop on us. Quite literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that fall. I don't know. But I don't think we'll be getting out of the way we came in. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do but press on, son. How can you even see in here? Come on, let's go. Hey, wait! One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do? I'm sorry, is this just a text adventure now? Good. Great. Good. Go east. You can't go down east yet. They all sound the exact same. I guess we keep going. There must have been some path for Dr. Buff to follow when he came here to hide the orb. Right. By the way, it looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift. I'm glad this case has art like this. From lawyer to spelunker, how do I always get myself into these situations? We're never gonna make it out alive, I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of a blade or the edge of a cliff. Yeah, sure. If I'd known I'd wind up at the bottom of some dark, damp cave, I would have never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting one foot ahead of the other. There really better be a way out of here. We'll find one before you know it, you'll see. Spelunky? Yep. May 6th. Okay. It's still the same day. I thought it was gonna be like May 34th. I would be like, wait, hold on, that's too many days. It's been here for years. Puff, puff. Still tired. In the same room. Happy birthday. May 34th is your birthday? That's also my birthday. We've been walking for over an hour. It's like a maze in here. I couldn't get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah, this cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where there's a will, there's a way. Ever the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we still can. Put my foot down. I'm not taking another step, Dirk. Come on now, be reasonable. No, I'm done and that's final. I remember when you used to throw tantrums like this. Well, I'm not a child anymore. There, it's okay. Daddy'll buy you anything you want once we get home, son. I better quit while I still have some manhood left to salvage. But it doesn't seem like Dirk's about to quit anytime soon, even still. Maybe we should just cut our losses while we still can. We go forward. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. I guess we keep going. How'd I get stuck wandering around in a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yak milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney? How? It didn't, but when you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job just to survive. Say, how is your career going, by the way? Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. My first trial really put me through the ringer. And the winger. And my next case had me investigating a pair of stolen panties. Just not gonna give any more context about that. Oh my god, he's back. HD Clavier. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me hair forehead. Oh, and then there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've, seen quite a bit. How many years have you been practicing? Like what? You're telling me. Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened, happened. Mm-hmm. Careful. The ground doesn't feel as solid here. What? Didn't tell him about the time he exploded. No. You'd think you mentioned that. The cave floor is collapsing! Not again! Just It's Gmod. Ragdoll physics. May 16th. Hey, Apollo. Can you hear me? Dirk? Whoa. Where are we? Wow. Whoa, what is this place? Someone left a water bottle on the floor. Neat. I was shocked too. These ruins look really old. It's not exactly something you expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here? I mean, those look like footprints over there. But only walking out of the water? Only one set of footprints? I think Jesus was here. I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb. Glasses. The old show 'em and see what they say tactic. I used to try that whenever I had nothing else to say. Who says I have nothing else to say? It's written all over your face. Like you have anything to add right now? Yeah, get him. Yeah, get him. What's that? This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. A bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there. The water, it's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean. Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Like how it's on the other side of the mountain? Can't imagine she meant it literally. Apparently she meant it literally. So that's the hole we fell through. Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way. We're lucky we survived the fall from way up there. What's this bossing say-ass place? Hey, game. We're in the Mystic Ruins from Sonic Adventure. See? It's got the music and everything. Okay. Indeed, if that hole hadn't been above the lake, we'd be history. You passed out the moment you hit the water. Wait, so we fell out of a hole into the water and then walked out, and now we're like, look, footprints? We probably hit our head. That's fine. Bert? My son's name is also Bert. You passed out the moment you hit the water. Yeah, well, water's not really my thing. This cavern's solid rock all around. It looks a little penisy, too. Looks like we either go back through that hole or find some other way out. Why am I always between a rock and a hard place? It's a big stone altar. One false move and some god might come and smite us. Oh, come on. It's not all doom and gloom. I dare you to look at our surroundings and say that again, Dirk. Ha ha ha. Oh, you got me there, son. Dear gods, please smite me now. Smite me. What's that red thing in the altar? Nothing. Driftwood? How'd that get in here? By drifting on in, I'd assume. The only question is, from where? Okay, fine. I'm like, isn't that what he said? I guess technically he said how. And he's like, the question is not how, my boy, but from where? Like, okay, sure. You're just being antagonistic to be antagonistic. Okay, fine. These have got to be the doctor's footprints. They match the bottoms of the boots we saw in his study. So he made it all the way down here. The water's washed most of them away, but his footprints are everywhere. Because these are the only ones I see. He must have been looking for something. Those prints, they're coming out of that lake. You're right. But that would mean Dr. Buff came walking out of the water. Maybe in high tide or low tide, the water recede. What's a plastic bottle doing here? Is no place sacred? There's seaweed stuck to it, which means it probably came from the ocean. It's possible this cavern's connected to the sea somehow. So we just have to wait for low tide. How long could that take? 10 minutes? Well, maybe we look at the thing. He's about to come back to life in a few days. This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing the doctor's the one who brought it down here. It's no good, it's locked tight. There's no way to open it? Doesn't look like it, there isn't even a keyhole. Which means there must be some trick to opening it. We'll have to figure it out if we want to see what's inside. Let's sum up what we know so far. The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open. As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out. We're this close to the orb. Ah, come now, son, don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck, that's all. A bit. Murphy called. He wants his law back. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Oh, how can he laugh at a time like this? We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try to open this thing. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with. It's just a box. Whoa. Oh, yeah, box. That's pretty cool. Meow. What's that? There's a big button here. Nothing happened. Guess it was nothing. This thing is covered with pictures. And hey, each section rotate. Good. Take a look at this, son. See the picture of a dragon battling a tiger? And this green and purple one is of a Kurani's butterfly and a Mitama. I wonder if they're clues for figuring out how to open this box. Well, it appears this box uses a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. I dropped my controller. I dropped the box on the floor. There. Let's see. There's the dragon and the tiger fight, the Kurani's butterfly with a Mitama, a number of other pictures too. Derek, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we've collected so far. I think we have something that just might help us open it. You read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box.
Take that!
Dr. Buff's research notes mention the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics and the pictures on the box correspond somehow. I think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures, and there are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box, here comes justice. You can have it at a halfway point. Oh, that's sneaky. That's probably going to be important. When Dragon and Tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. They fightin'. And then when the butterfly embraced the Mitama, like that. And then offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. And only then the Holy Mother shall return. Something about fire. Oh, prayers, Holy Mother. Descending upon us in her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power known. She descend. Is it that? Is it that? Maybe the pictures aren't in the right order. In case you open the pictures arranged properly, I know I should carefully consider which part of the song corresponds to which picture. Also, I guess I can zoom in and out with right stick. Oh. Not that I need to or anything, thanks to the amazing lighting in this cave. Okay, wow. Calm down. Oh, zoom. Enhance. Okay. When Dragon and Tiger battle, its founders offers divine protection. That seems right. I don't think I can get a dragon and a tiger at the same time otherwise. So yeah. Whoop, whoop. Is her bestowing power? I mean, it looks like he's praying, but maybe not. I guess they're praying. Mitama. Cool bug. Thank you, Zimmer. Thank you, Siegmeyer. How you doing? My brother embraces the Mitama, the flavor of the orb. The flavor of the orb is bestowed. That seems right. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Maybe that is the prayers. He is getting eaten by that dragon, but the rest are praying. Yeah, let's say it's that. Descending upon us in all her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power known. And then she descends and has power. So I just mixed up the order of those. Maybe. Try that. Push button. That should do it. Another puzzle solved. It opened. So this is the Founder's Orb. And just smash cut to Raiders of the Lost Ark and everyone melting because they looked at the Ark of the Covenant. This took me an hour? There's no way that took you an hour. I can understand getting stuck and not realizing you needed to have one at a halfway point. That was my first realization when I was like, why does it rotate in half increments? How many pick rests did I get? 3? That's just me. I'll get hard stuck on this puzzle. I mean, if I didn't notice that they rotate in half points, I've played enough Layton games that didn't phase me. If I hadn't and I wasn't puzzle brained, then maybe I'd get stuck. Very principal? Sure. Very principal. Why not? People are stuck on the half page. Yeah, that's sneaky. But why else would they rotate in half page? This game only gives you things that are important, that are relevant. You know, when a thing appears in the court record, it's oftentimes because it'll be needed. I got so frustrated. I can imagine being very mad if I didn't get that. Orb updated in the court record. At last, the Founder's Orb is ours. Puzzle-brained, latent-pilled, attorney maxing. That's me. It's all thanks to you, son. Well done. Then again, I'd expect nothing less from my boy. Oh, haha, it's no big deal. Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insights and reasoning led us here, and I'd say that's truly impressive. I sure did fall down a hole. I don't know about that, ha ha ha. All those battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today, and I couldn't be prouder. But you cut it out already before I turn to a sun-ripened tomato. With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Garon regime. Right, that was why we're here. So how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not gonna try to become a spirit medium, are you? Don't be ridiculous, I don't need supernatural powers like that. So are you gonna use it as a bargaining chip with Queen Garon? Like demanding she abolishes the Defense Culpability Act? Well, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the Kingdom of Khurain. After all, as a sacred relic of Khurainism, that is where it belongs. Really, that's all you wanted to do? Mm-hmm. Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Buff to study it and why. Not sure I follow. Not sure I follow, because my name, Apollo. Orb Topsy report. Dirk is so dead. Everyone's dead. The official story is that the orb was stolen from the Temple treasure room. Yeah, I heard about that on the news. They all say your group was behind the theft. That's not good. We're probably on an international most wanted list now. Probably? And you flew across the ocean? Let me ask you something, Apollo. Who do you think really stole the orb? I really haven't a clue. Well, I think it was one of the royals. Really? Someone from the royal family. And I've got a pretty good idea which one it was. He knows who it is. Care to share your hunch? All I'll say at this point is this. Rafa, what the fuck? Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to the treasure room. Unfettered is a good word. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss. But why would a member of the royal family do that? That, I haven't figured out yet. But whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Khurainese royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance, and then pinning the crime on us? Sorry, this is a jam. The Defiance Dragons? Sounds like a conspiracy or something. I agree. And if the truth were to come to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public, it would be seen as an utter sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother. So if this were to go public, support for the Garon regime would weaken? But that's not all. This is just a hunch. But I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the Kingdom of Khurain to its very core. And I'm going to find out what. He's probably right. His intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system in Khurain? There is that. But I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nayuta. What do you mean? This is for your ears only. Chat. No peeping with your peepers in your ear peepers. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed. Nayuta. Nayuta. I never thought our reunion would take place in a courtroom. Oh, so you've run into each other already. Yeah. Yeah, but it was like he was a different person. He used to be such a kind, cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff, but now... He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on. Has it really gotten that bad? Must be Garon's influence. It wasn't like that when he first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice. I vow to bring the Garon regime down and reform the legal system. That's what he swore to do, but that was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons and our greatest hope. He what? He what? Wait, Nayuta was a dragon? He was. But these days, he's more like Garon's lapdog. Talk about a complete about-face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened to him, something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart, it's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuta is suffering, and he is suffering in silence. Nayuta is suffering. Yes, he knows the rightful state of Kurain's legal system, but something forces him to bend to Garon's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him in his heart, I do. Yeah. A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world. That's true. Apex predator. When have you seen a dragon out in the wild getting hunted? Never. Nothing and no one can bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? We must fight for truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Kurain. Wow. The badge seems quite similar. There were people in Kurain who were like, wow, I mean, I guess it's because defense lawyers have been outlawed. I was like, a lot of them were like, what is that? Why does it look like a sunflower? And then there's just kind of looks Apollo's eye. It's the Holy Mother's third eye. It's the thing they fit together. I don't know. Make the badges kiss. Thank you for the bits. I believe that one day our legal system will return to its former glory. Nipple coin. Invest in nipple coin. And this badge here is a testament to that belief. I wonder if Nayuta still believes in what you taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
He said the thing. I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I'd bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. Or is he also adopted? I don't know. This unshakable faith and confidence, it's what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids. Nayuta used to say with great pride, I have the blood of the dragon within me. Yes, he was very much in the anime. And that's why I wanted to free him. Allegorical blood. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garon regime. So that's your other reason for starting a revolution? Yes. I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? Ha 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 ha. I wouldn't know. Shit. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem. Getting out of here. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. Damn, dude. Oof, ouch, oof. That hole we felt through is way too high to climb back up. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Apollo? Yeah, Dirk? We have to drink our way out. I thought drinking salt water was not good for you. It's fine, we'll take turns. All right, Dirk. I trust you. 2 seconds later, they're both dead. Wait a second. You're not suggesting we swim out of here? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. But we have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Time's a-wasting. I'll be back before you know it, son. Dives in. 2 seconds later, body bubbles up to the top. He also doesn't know how to swim. He's gone. Sure hope he knows what he's doing. The Kurain Loch Ness monster to show up. The Loch Kurain monster. Dirk died on the way back to his home planet. It's been 20 minutes. Hope he's okay. What's going on? Yeah, if this was an RPG, that's when we'd fight the octopus boss. The water! It's rising and fast! I thought it was gonna be draining. Need air. Cough, sputter, cough, cough. Ah! I don't know how to swim if I don't grab onto something that floats. Cough. This is bad. I better think of something quick. Examine the bottle. Yeah, bottles float. Well, if only it was like guy brushing, you just hold his breath for 10 minutes. Maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and be more rational about this. Why not? This is not good. The water's almost up to the top of the altar. It won't be long before it reaches the roof of the cave. The puzzle box is still at the base of the altar. It must have been designed to stay put, even at high tide. Wait, that's it. Dr. Buff must have gotten in here from some oceanside entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. So it really does connect to the ocean. Not that that helps. I drowned before I made it out. Well, oh. It's no use. The hole's still too high up. I'll have to find another way, and quick, before I drown. Well, we're out of options. I've got it. As long as I hold onto this, I should be able to stay afloat. The water won't stop rising. I'm getting swept away. Please stop. He just has to keep pissing so the water goes high enough. Exactly. He was a little piss baby when he was younger. If only that bottle were a little bigger, I'd store that much more air. It wouldn't make that much of a difference. I need to stop with these harebrained ideas and come up with a real way to escape. I love that this investigation is like an adventure game. The water's almost to the top now. At this rate, I'll run out of breathing room. I'm a goner if I don't find a way out quick. Well, guess there's nothing left to do. Nothing interesting here. The water's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm saved! All I have to do is go back the way we came. The water might even lift me all the way back up over that wall of rock. Here goes. Huh? The hole, it's full of rubble. The tunnel collapsing above must have filled it in after we fell through it. This can't be happening. Is Dragon Dad just dead, by the way? Yeah. I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. The water. I can't. I can't breathe. He's probably fine. He's probably fine. He's being melodramatic. He fell asleep waiting for Dirk to come back and he's just napping. Is this the end? Dirk, you suck. I wonder if he made it out. So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I'd known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Ah, now I remember. It's all coming back to me. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack on the mountains. Naooo and I were playing by the riverside and we got swept up in the rapids. Ah! I thought we were goners, but then... Naooo, Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! Sniffle! Sniffle! Hooray. Way! Way! Ha 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 ha! That was a close one. Thought I'd lost you two. I'm sorry, Dirk! Alright, that's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry? I was a great dad, wasn't I, Apollo? Yeah, alright. Thank you, Father. Sniffle, hiccup, hiccup. You could have been killed, but you risked your life to save us. Why? What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Devils may cry. Nayuda, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me, understand? I was almost starting to like him. Hey, Dirk, this isn't forever, right? You'll bring me back from America someday, right? Of course. I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise. Okay, you promised. It's not, I mean, from what I know, it's not really his fault that things are still bad in Korean. I do think he's doing his best, but I don't know. Dirk, I waited and waited for the day you'd come and take me home, but you never came. And I went down the dark path of becoming a lawyer. And then I became friends with a space boy, and then he also died. That's why I tried to forget about you and my life back in Korean. Could have called. He could have. Dirk, why? Why didn't you? The miracle never happened. Boys are the only ones who cry. It's girls who don't cry. I respect the matriarchy. Apollo. Apollo. Apollo, can you hear me? Bleh, sputter. Dirk? Still can't swim, eh? You came back. But why? He's being baptized. I said I'd come for you, didn't I? Well, I hear sputtering, but sure. You can't hold me and swim. He's just kicking his feet real hard. We're both going to stop talking. You'll bite your tongue. What? Whoa! Being pulled under. What's going on? Why is this happening? He got the grappling hook off. He went underground into the water temple and he got the grappling hook. May 16th. We're back. Where? Ah, you finally came to, son. Get your fill of seawater? Good thing your name's not Neptune, huh? Dirk. Ah, you're telling me, check it out. Snot's coming out of his nose. He almost died. What a miraculous escape. Not even some of the escape artist greats could pull that off. What on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. So I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near this undersea cavern. He tied a rope to me and I came and grabbed you. Then he yanked me back. So that's what pulled us under with such force. Don't forget about me, I assisted in your escape act too. I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons. But an undersea cavern, that was a first. Dirk, he risked his life for me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. I was also almost drowned because of you. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I, just did what any father would do for his son. He saved my life yet again. That was the most balloon-ass stomach grumble. Hey, Pizza King. Thanks for the prime. I don't have any pizza emotes, but I hope you find something that you enjoy. Appreciate it. Balloon? Hoof-arted. Hoof-arted! 2 more life saves here. Yeah, I got the punch card filled out. I guess seawater doesn't make for much of a meal. Yeah, you gotta go to twitch.tv/Invisible Guy, get yourself an Invisible Pie. Thank you for the sub. It's because Polly didn't have any sushi. Oh, yeah. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I would do anything for pizza right now except make a pizza. You could get a pizza without making it. You can have someone else make it and they can bring it to you. We live in the future. That's right. Hey, AJ. Dark had me buy this for you. Another plate of identical sushi? Thought you might be hungry. Ready to have some this time around? Yeah, thanks. Sorcery! Chomp, nom nom nom. Oh wow, this is delicious. So this is sushi, you said? Never heard of it before. Raw fish, who would eat such a thing? I remember, I think it was the show Doug, is what I recall. There was some Nicktoon as a child. I think it was Doug, I might be wrong, where they had sushi. And I think that was my introduction to the concept of sushi. Douglas, where they're like, we're eating raw fish. And I was like, a child being like, ew, raw fish. It's what my ex-wife calls me. Douglas, liver and onions, yeah. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Why does this feel like a dream and Apollo's in a coma? Because we're in the Apollo has brain damage timeline. None of this is real. None of this is happening. Korean is not a real country. Dirk doesn't exist. This is all a fever dream Apollo had after the courtroom exploded and he hit his head real bad. We're in that timeline. Do I need to pull up the chart? Do I need to pull up the timeline? It's if you search Ace Attorney timeline, it's the third result. Hold on. There you go. There you go. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All, Trials and Tribulations. Phoenix goes to Britain, gives you the crossover. Britain makes Phoenix lose sanity, starts punching people, MVC 3. Phoenix doesn't go to Britain. Apollo Justice. Apollo stays sane, he plays golf. Apollo gets brain damage, dual destinies. We are here. We are at the end of the brain damage timeline. We are as far down the shit rabbit hole as we can get. That's why everything seems like a fever dream. Because we're here. That's us. Next we have to play UMVC3 for the extra lore. Anyway, it's fine. Thank you, Helix. Thanks. Apollo's still on the floor in the exploded courtroom. Exactly. We're playing the golf game. That's next. Glad you approve. I better get some before you eat them all. Chomp choo choo choo. Just like old times. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught and we'd all get fresh sashimi together. He used to talk about all the vitamins and minerals packed in the raw fish. Chomp, munch, munch, munch. Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ. Here you go. I trust you with this. Whoa, so that's what it looks like. You found the legendary treasure. Nice work, Polly. Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. With the orb, our revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of our revolution. We'll all get all dressed up and feast till dawn. Yeah, now you're talking. I'm glad how happy things are. It's nice. I'm sure it'll last. Time to party. After all that, I just want to go to bed. Isn't it bad to have sashimi sushi if you don't flash freeze the fish because parasites? I think there's a number of steps involved. Sure wish nooooo was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution, if it can bring back those happy days, you can sign me up for. Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal. Right, left, halt. Attention. Happy Days CGI reboot when it's him again. Heh, 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 heh. Well done. Then again, I always knew you could do it. After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out of there alive. Wait a second. You're the one who shoved us in that pit? It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction. Mods teleport his pee-pee into space. So it was you. Whoa, you no good son of a... Beep. Don't look at me like that. The crystal of Amife is mine. Now hand it over. Over my dead body. Detective, help. Yeah, I know. Emma, what's going on here? He filed a police report. Okay, that doesn't mean he's legally entitled to the thing he claimed in a report. We have to take it to court. Finally, a civil court case. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom. That's him, the one with the long hair. Arrest him this instant. It's the Amife orb. Wouldn't it belong to Pearl if that was the case? If it's a family heirloom? He's the thief that made off with the Attishan family's most precious heirloom. Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning. Down at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Titian seems bent on having me arrested on theft charges. This is not good. If Dirk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Crane to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir?
Hold it!
Emma, I am afraid I can't let you take Dirk in. He received the orb from Dr. Buff in a perfectly legal transaction. Is that so? Can you prove it? Of course! Smoke bomb. Run away. This thing that says if I come to no harm. You know, but then the way you normally give people things.
Take that!
Take a look at this agreement. What do we have here? Let's see. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Divine Dragons if I will come to no harm. It appears to be a perfectly legal agreement. Not so fast. That's not the Founder's Orb. It's the Crystal of Amife, which means their agreement is null and void. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. This is going nowhere fast. You can say that again. Then it will just have to go to trial. Right, Apollo? There he is. Mr. Wright? Daddy? What's with you two? You look like you just saw a ghost. Oh yeah. Emma mentioned she'd seen him around. And Edgeworth. What are you doing in Crane Village, Mr. Wright? Mr. Attition has retained me as his lawyer. Oh no. Phoenix went on the dark side. Wait, you're his lawyer? You what? You win? You? What? Welcome to character assassination chapter. We've already searched here. Okay. Hey, I'm an attorney. I think you would have more pressing things to ask me about. Yeah, I better ask what I can while I can. Right. Attack attorney. He's been set from defense to attack. Why are you serving as Mr. Attition's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen. It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buff. So I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is this what you came back from Crane for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Attition's a very important client. They know each other. Never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. Maybe he's gonna be a really shitty lawyer intentionally. Maybe he's playing 5D chess. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Attition's family heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Amife. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Amife? She brought Crainie's channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky. But what's clear is she is the founder of the Korean channeling technique. So she's like the one they call the founder in Korean, the Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. What are you saying? I'm really sorry it's come to this, but... Mr. Wright, I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court. Oh my god. He said that to me. What? What? What's gotten into you? Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off. What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss. How did it come to this? Mr. Wright, please, don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear we're headed to court, that's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. If I don't believe it, am I really gonna face Mr. Wright in court? Well, except I've done enough cases as Phoenix to know he doesn't know what he's doing. So if I show up in court and it's just like, I got everything figured out, boom, boom, bam, I'll be like, no, he doesn't. He's winging it. Your Honor? Nothing he's saying makes sense. We can't have our agency's talent competing against each other.
It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interests.
But
So, what's it gonna be, Apollo? Are we gonna have to take this to trial?
we just fight it out in the street right now.
I have to battle him in court?
The legendary Phoenix Wright? It's a fun twist. It's bullshit and I'm mad, but it's fun. No matter how many trials of his I've watched. I like how the flashback is the judge being mad at him. No matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Objection. It's something I just thought of. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in?
I owe it to Dirk to at least try.
Yeah. What should I do? Oops. Yeah, we'll battle him. I mean, that's what I was gonna say anyway. There's no turning back now. I'm not sold on the execution so far. That's fair. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. At least, for now, it genuinely is a civil trial. He's not arguing that, like, someone we care about murdered a guy. At least not yet. I'm ready to fight for my client, even if it means facing off against you. Wait, did he forget what he was saying? And he forgot what he was talking about. He might be jet lagged. All right, I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it. Whoa, whoa, whoa! First Daddy, now you? Polly, you're not seriously... Sorry, Trucy, but I have to do this. Apollo? All right then, I better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. See you in court. Daddy, no, wait! He does talk in his head a lot, so he just stares at you for a long time. A fine mess I've gotten you into, son. There's a huge conflict of interest. Yes. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Korean now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows? I could even end up winning. There's always a chance, right? You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Buff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. The first step of your evolution, huh? The revolution will restore Korean to its former glory and save Noyuta's soul. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're gonna win this one. You'll see. I know you can do it, son. I'm sure we're gonna have to figure out the actual contents of the murder mystery in order to solve this other thing. It doesn't matter, I'll be going against Mr. Wright. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Noyuta, his salvation along with all of Korean depends on it. To be continued. 95% of the cases in these games are conflicts of interest. It's true. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. May 17th, 10:08 a.m. Lobby number 3. Toy vs. Paul Pro gives you an advertisement. Montrose ads were on. Oh. This was one a twist for me. It was a twist for me. Just so you know. None of these cases will be possible. I mean, it's not a documentary series. I'm not gonna take sides. Message received loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Trucy. Wow, she's really mad. So just one second. I'm seeing if Beth can get me a beverage. If not, I will get up and get it myself. I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault. We interrogated a parrot and orca. This isn't real court. I'm surprised. We've never interrogated a kangaroo. Or even like a kangaroo trainer from a zoo. Is it bathwater? Stop it. Why a kangaroo? Kangaroo Court. Real lawyer playing the first game. What do you mean? What do you mean Discovery doesn't exist? Fuck! Is St. Australia? Yeah. We got sniper and rifle where you want. I really don't need more than sniper and rifle. They're great, but I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. If they go through with this. Ozzy attorney. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure, 1 minute we're trading blows, next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. Ha 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 ha. I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Holy shit, Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late. Before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Do you have a cell phone? You have a AI necklace. What do you mean? Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about. Not a clue. Sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Ooh, a dying message? Strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. Civil case? What's that? Does that exist in this universe? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just the Right Anything Agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought? In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right. And the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? It's Clavier. The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Paulo, wait. Who's the other attorney? And where is Mr. Wright? No time to explain. Let's go. Okay, right behind you. At least this is the only time when I'm not the one in the dark going, what's happening? 10:30 a.m. When you murder a house. Court is now in session. All right. Court is now in session. Oh, left-facing Phoenix jump scare. Is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out. I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case. I see. Well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You can say that again. I had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. Yeah, you sure this is a good idea, Paulo? What? Do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really gonna need her help. Mr. Justice? Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Meanwhile, inside he's like, what the hell am I doing? Yeesh, you guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between coworkers. Just keep this civil case civil. Oh, the missus is gonna love this gossip when I get home. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Not the plaintiff, the palliative. Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me? Is that what he said? Yeah, ask what you can do for me. Mr. Attition, what is that crazy contraption you're riding in? It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it?
You're at a witness stand, not a campaign podium. So come out of there this instant. Fair. Stand with my own feet? Why is he... Okay. All right, now, would the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant? Mr. Atishan's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sadmati, stole my client's family heirloom, the Crystal of Ami-Fae. Mr. Atishan merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would. The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurain. Go on. It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kurainese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurain several weeks ago. Have the nameplate line up with the visual novel name card? That would have been funny. Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kurainese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Kurain by someone for Dr. Buff to study. You don't say. And around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen. It seemed you even have a transfer agreement between both parties. Mr. Sadmati also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kurain, once the doctor verified it was the real thing. I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the orb or the crystal. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner. I better bring in my A-game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sadmati sounds awfully familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it. Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist, after all. My imagination, you say? Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurain, isn't he? What are you saying, Apollo, Mr. Justice? Ixnay on the haunted criminal way. No, he's just a tourist. Very common name. My son's name is also Dirk Sadmati. Well, very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Never mind, it's found locked in a puzzle box covered in Kurain imagery. Don't worry about it. Witness? Witness. Emma witness. Emma? Show some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just... This is a civil trial. I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had her do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry, and second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? Detective Sky, your testimony if you please. Makes sense, Emma's team, Nick. I suppose so. The doctor's dark secret. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Oh. I suppose. Hey, among us were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Atishan reticence. Atishan. I'm never gonna pronounce it right without his first name there. The doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, cat burglar isn't something he put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. Treasure hunter, huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory? I doubt Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. He would repair or restore them. That just sounds like the fresco Jesus lady. Look, I'm helping. I'm restoring it. You're welcome. But whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. Let's say for a moment the doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Korean and brought it here himself? Nope. There's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the Crystal of Amifei. It took days to get that dose right. Cool motive, still larceny. Yes, he stole it from the Attitian residence, residence, probably so he could study it. This is the left hook I did not need. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, well, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. Yeah, I'm fine. Words can happen good sometimes. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. You're okay. This is the most like a lawyer this game has ever felt. Which, I don't know if that's a good thing or not. We're trying to decide the legal standing of an inanimate object instead of like, there was a wizard who came down from space and the witness saw it all. Here's a drawing he made. This is like, well, under like the legal jurisprudence of the standing of this artifact and the details around the case, it feels a lot more just kind of like, yeah. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time.
Hold it!
He came from the moon. How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway? Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect. A number of those artifact thefts occurred in Korean Village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime? No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. Cross-examined the moon. I call the moon to the stand. And then just slides in the frame. And just today, a number of artifacts were stolen in his study. Maybe he was framed.
Hold it!
Maybe someone put them there. Are you sure these alleged stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly. Didn't mean to hit that. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself. So I was shocked to see it there with in the doctor's study. I can say without a doubt that that urn was stolen from the Fae clan. I see. Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would. Yeah, Phoenix would know. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan.
Hold it!
Emma's thinking pose is very good. Everyone's got good that's a good thing. She's got a good everyone's got a good thing. Were there any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the Faes? Yeah, for instance. The little like side to side she does is very good. Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the kingdom of Korean several years ago. How did he, was that checked luggage? Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it? Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good? But good intentions are no get-out-of-jail-free card, that's a fact. If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seemed the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. He sounds like a good man who took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarge takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If not... Yeah, that's okay. It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them.
Hold it!
Maya looks around different directions. They're very good. Had these alleged thefts been going on for some time? I keep hitting X instead of A. At least 5 years as far as we can tell. How long ago was his wife and Sarge's mom? Was that 2 years? Or was it 5 years? It's too many years. I remember. All the recent thefts have been local. But before moving to Crane Village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Dr. Buff was an international criminal. It was less than a year? Oh, right. It was 6 months. Right. Okay. This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. A buff thief. Stealing these games. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence. Attition. You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Attition residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago, in fact. What? A whole year ago? But then he didn't... Well, he could have traveled to Crane Village. You can walk there as a child. August 25th of last year, to be exact, the report states, and I quote, "The crystal Amife was discovered to be missing from the Attition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked." End quote. Signed, politician Wimperson? Wimperson? Well, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Amife. Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. He's got a good point. Politician Wimperson, not the most awe-inspiring tail end, is it? I see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in issues. There's gotta be more reason for the name change. A police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago, but the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amife, as Mr. Attition Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma's the one who submitted his evidence. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. I did say end quote, so I feel responsible. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. I mean, why wouldn't they have their eyes on him? He's that buff. Never stolen eyes to defense today, and then by concern, such as on the seems the doctor would do anything to say our can steal them. So like the center of the dispute, they stole from the Attition residence. Missing the Attition storehouse, then uh-huh. What is issue? Orb? He called it the Founder's Orb, but if he wrote that under duress, it's not really reliable. Me saying the word, it's specifically Attition residence. For some reason, that pairing just breaks my brain. Who is this? I discovered the patterns have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Dr. Buff, how is the research going on? That was responding to. He's yet to crack the riddle. The orb is the key. Maybe the orb is literally a key. Boot thing, other thing. Is it what is it? The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. A number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were priceless urn and a statue stolen from the Fey clan. The doctor would do anything to study artifacts and going to steal them. So like the center of this dispute, they stole it from the Attition residence. Is it just let me see what I have. There's that. That's fine. That's fine. Drone. Is it just the report? Something about the report? I don't know. No. What am I supposed to see? As your boss of mentor, here's a bit of advice. Never present evidence before you have a good grasp of the situation. Yeah, I don't have that. Right, sorry. It's the cube! Here's a penalty. Thank you. Double team for just doing what Mr. Wright always does anyway. Damn. No. What? I there's nothing really jumping out other than, is there any way for me to point out that the timeline doesn't really, because he didn't live there yet, but he could have still gotten there. I don't know what they want, and I don't know what the issue is. So I'm really kind of floundering right now. Do I want a hint? Give me another sec. Who the hell is PAW 711? Is there no hint system? Not really, no. I don't think so. Is there a... Yeah, I don't think so. Story mode? Progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. Should have turned that on at the beginning. Consult. After failing to present the correct evidence a few times during cross-examination, you'll have the option to consult your partner friends. So you have to fuck it up and not... Oh. Thank you. Can I have a water? No. Beth brought me a tea. Beth brought me tea. How the game play itself? I will. I will do just that. Well, it's hot. Yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, yeah. So I do have that on, but I keep loading my save when I explode, so I'm not actually getting to consult. A police report was filed about the crystals theft a year ago. The theft of the F1 orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystals police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, that's good water. Let us know if you want it. Yeah, face it. I'll let you know. Crystal police report was filed way before... So he's saying that it was a year ago. Hey, my crystal's gone. A few weeks ago, the orb is gone. So, the police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal. Because if it was the crystal and then was taken to Khura'in, it would be the crystals first. Sure. I doubt the police report is fake. Emma's the one who submitted it. I feel like something we learned in that police report is important. So there's something in the report, I just have to present the report on the right line. The crystal was discovered to be missing from their storehouse at 10 a.m. Storehouse lock had been picked. Politician Wimperson. What about that's important? There are their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. Just that a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Priceless earner statue stolen from the Fae clan. They would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. This relic they stole from the Ashen Petition residence. All the not necessary presses. I would assume it only does the correct things. Present the line and laugh. It's the name and support, but then how does that change anything? Crystals discovered to be missing from the storehouse. The lock had been picked. How does that change any of these lines? Please have their eyes on Dr. for some time. Today our artists were stolen. No one knows the price is earned. And it's not going to steal them. Is it just...
Objection!
I'm not gonna get it. Am I just completely off? Okay, I need a nudge, chat. Just give me whatever you got. I'm completely brain empty. Who is Pa? I don't know. Oh. Now I know. Okay, but then what does that... So they were working together? Good hint, yeah. Okay. So then what would I present that on? You like stuff in this? Okay, just present the email they hear. Okay.
Objection!
Alright, thank you, chat. That feels like the kind of shit they would throw at me much later in the case, not like, here's the first time you're presenting evidence. Okay, I got it. The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because the stat statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. An email in that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. We can't prove that PAW was our buddy here, but okay. Now take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Politician Wimperson. I could see why I dropped Wimperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news. Look closely, Your Honor. His initials. Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Politician Wimperson. Now consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. Was that an Umbrella Corps logo? Yeah. PAW. Oh, he was a fan of Paw Patrol. Don't tell me. But I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Politician Wimperson. Wait, then that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the crystal of Ami Faye? Nice. We never checked the doctor's emails. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real crystal of Ami Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal.
Objection!
In Japanese, his email address was seijik711, which is the name pun that tied into the word politics. Gotcha. Has someone time in it? Either he's a fan of Sub 11 or that's his birthday, July 11th, or November 7th, depending on... How are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Politician Wimperson? Feh. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job? Answer me this, Mr. Atician Wimperson. What is... your shoe size? Show feet. Apollo said show feet in court. How should I know? Wait, you don't know your own shoe size? I have all my shoes handcrafted in Italy, and the shoemaker comes to my residence to take the necessary measurements. I have better things to do than memorize trivial information like that. Makes me wish I'd memorized the Italian word for entitled jerk. Maybe this will help you memorize what happens to those who waste the court's time. One size 7, one size 11. Put my foot in it this time. Apollo, no matter what his shoe size is, there wouldn't be enough digits. We're looking for a 3-digit number. Right. Let's see. Let's see. Answer me this. What is your favorite food? What's your favorite food? Curry rice. It's an old family favorite. Really? As in boil up some rice and dump some curry sauce on top? That curry rice? I bet you assumed I would say French cuisine, just because I'm a member of the political elite. But nothing beats the delectable curry recipe my ancestors brought over from Japan. And I'm the kind of representative who upholds the value of such traditions. Is this entire strategy really just to pander to traditional values voters? Your penalty is served, Mr. Justice. Let this be some food for thought. Apollo, why don't we take another look at that email? No, it's fine, it's fine. I just need I need to crack it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. You've never had curry rice? Get yourself some curry rice. What's your birthday? What is your birthday? What is the last 4 digits of your SSN? What are the fancy letters on the back of your credit card? What is your mother's maiden name? My birthday? It's July 11th. But what's it to you? Tronbon Servbots? So I see you can address birthday gifts to my office. But full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? Right, politician. Did everyone hear that? He said, and I quote, July 11th. July 11th, or rather, 7-11, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Java brand curry roux? Wait, why you sneaky little? Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that is quite what? Quite a thing you've said. Smooth talker. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement.
Hold it!
It's the first time I've seen a witness actually physically walk away. You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary. Oh, no you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Yeah. I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. Is the problem that there's no date on the email? There's no date on here, so maybe that happened and then he stole it to keep it or something. Is that what he's gonna argue? It has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Attition, I fully understand your position here. The Attition position. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom, after all. You gotta be kidding me. Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. But then, he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. It doesn't feel good to have Phoenix do that. The prosecutor tactic of, surely this hypothetical is what happened. Is it not, witness I am leading? And then they go, yeah, that's what happened. That feels bad. The crystal is a precious Attition family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. It would have been more in character if Phoenix was just sitting there thinking, being like, well, maybe he just didn't want to piss off his family. Like, forgetting he was there, just talking aloud to himself. Like, maybe that's what was happening. He's like, yes, and the politician jumps on that. You know, that would be, anyway. Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. Edgeworth's on the other end. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
That's what he said. But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Amife to that person. You were going to give a precious family heirloom away just like that. I was going to explain everything to grandfather later, honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please. It's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today. So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit. Good bit. Good bit. Yeah, Grandpa's spoiled little brat. Also, what's Paul's hair? Other than, like, it's kind of seems like maybe a traditional Japanese style, but it seems like there's some other bit. Or I'm just ignorant. It's bad. This is bad. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild, after all. It's a trumpet. Excuse me, can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. I was gonna say thank you for your time. Well, you're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. Come on. Alright, twin went. It's twin. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attition Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. A mix of traditional and modern. He's failing to live with family. Yeah, that could be. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Oh, all right. Now what? Paul, let's hear what they know about this so-called crystal of Amifei. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is an Etitian family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Etitian Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. All right, now then, listen and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. This is the tale of the crystal of Amifei and the illustrious history of the Etitian clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country when the Etitian family reigned supreme. Shouldn't it be a Fey family heirloom and not an Etitian family heirloom? But I guess I'll explain that. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amifei gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I am a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Okay, if it was a gift, all right. Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the crystal Amifei is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Atreides. And you have proof that it has always been in the Etitian family? The tea is still hot. Oh, that's good. Medieval California. I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ives Shinetto. Ives Shinetto, age 85, gave the following statement. The Etitian showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Glup Shinto? I seen it. Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain that statement to the judge? It's pronounced like Eves. Gotcha. I didn't mean, what I'm trying to say is, Eves Shinto? Is his name Shinto? Never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Eves Shinetto's statement to be perfectly credible. Wow, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. Hey, you're not helping, Athena. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler.
Hold it!
Was he not a benevolent protractor? Or slide rule? That object you set down there, is it something of importance to you? It's a name placard. This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham Etitian. So was Abe, not Abe. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career. No sudden panic or anything. He hides it on the inside. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic. I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic. You can touch it if you want. No, I'm fine. Very well. I'll just continue with my testimony. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician. They've seen back in color during the cross-examination animation. He's just Clovis going. I didn't notice that. I have to go back and look. Yeah, it's usually blue and red. I'm gonna sleep. Have a good sleep. He protected the mediums, a minority, from the rest of the locals. So I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one. A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That is the politician way. Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestor. Whether it's about me or my ancestor, feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency in government, that's the politician way. More like dodging questions. I was gonna say, how about you answer the question we just asked? I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer. As I was saying, the Etitian family protected the Fae spirit mediums back then. Some discriminated against them, you see, and they tried to abuse their power. Spirit mediums were targets of discrimination? Yes, some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation the mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there were those who tried to use them. I mean, they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums. Discriminating against the minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I vow to root it out wherever it may be. That is my promise to you. He's totally ignoring your questions. It's like you're a moderator at a political debate. Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points. As thrilling as your campaign is, could we please get back to your testimony? Feh, as you wish. Now then, as for the crystal of Amife. As thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him.
Hold it!
Was it made in Italy? You said she had it made, so then it was made in Japan. That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it, and they say it's quite valuable too. And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron? That's so typical of you ignorant common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean? The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore, I am a descendant of that great lord.
Hold it!
So tell me, Mr. Titian Wimperson, are you famous in Kurain Village? You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing. Bemusing? You're bemused? Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms.
I guess ignorance really is bliss.
Heh heh heh, all this only proves my fine lineage.
Yeah.
Female fans, as such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Hold it!
Mods, destroy it. I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner? Have you never heard of Kingcraft? Kingcraft. It's on Steam. It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. But you're a politician, not a king. And one of its precepts states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue proposed by the masses. A good ruler doesn't listen to the masses. That's a good that already. That answered my question about what he meant by king of this nation. Progress. Apollo, who is this Amife anyways? I believe she was the founder of the crane channeling technique. The plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestor. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? I suppose it would. Is that important? Is there something against that in the evidence? Is there a big sticker on the bottom that says made in Italy? Orb, what's the issue? Unfathomable. Change male to female so we can have two syllables too? Sorry, faux male. Female and faux male? Can't be rotated? Yeah, can't be rotated. My ancestors praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the mediums from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them while others tried to abuse their power. Ami gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I'm a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power influence. The only thing I've got is this. And it's probably not right. So let's try it anyway.
Objection!
It's not right. There's something off about that statement. Seemed perfectly reasonable to me. No, something's not right if you listen really carefully. A gambler once sang you've got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. Don't bring that song into court, Phoenix. Know when to hold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. I don't know which penalty hurts more, the judges or their singing. Yeah, my first thought there was like, well, maybe he's not a defendant and maybe that's his name is a clue or it's Wimperson, it's not just a Titian, but it's very flimsy and the game said, no, that's not right. Orchard boof. Not right, yeah. The thing. I mean, the issue either has to be where the orb was made, but I don't know what the issue with that is, or what evidence I have about that. Or the issue is about whether it was given. I don't know. Is chat upset? Is there something very obvious I'm missing? That's usually the case. If I'm stumped, it's like 90% of the time it's because my brain is just there's a cog in the works and the gears are catching. And the other 10% is chat going, yeah, this sucks. But that 90% is usually me just being like, I don't see it, and the game's flashing with spinning lights around it, being like, this is an inconsistency, and I'm like, I just don't know. I just don't see it. My sister was praised as a benevolent ruler. I don't really have anything about the Attition clan in my evidence, so I don't think that that's it. But then what do I have? He protected the spirit means a minority back then from the lust of the oracles. Some discriminate against them, while others tried to abuse their power. I don't think there's anything in any of those lines. As thanks, Ami gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I don't have any evidence about that transaction. I'm a descendant of that great lord. As such, my power and influence is backed by centuries of history. I don't know, chat. What do you got? Nudge me. Give me nudge. Yeah. There's a big red circle in the evidence around the solution. Is that actually a hint? Sticky notes exist. It's about where it was made. What do I have about where it was made? What would prove it's not a crystal? I don't know. I need to research what the solution is. I don't know what by research you just mean research notes. What? Probably my badge. My badge. Compare with the Italian plastic? I wish. The opaque crystal orb is the key? I see it. Am I just being stupid? There's a circle. Mitama motif from Kurain founding period. That doesn't mean it was made in Kurain. But okay, is that the issue?
Objection!
Clearly there's connections, historically, between the Kingdom of Kurain and the Fae clan, right? We've already established that in the previous cases. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility for a thing commissioned and made in Japan to have Kurainist imagery. I don't think that alone dictates this was not made where they said it. It's fine. You stated that Amifae had the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. Meh. It's not so much asymmetry logic, it's just like... I don't know. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Kurain. They don't say nothing about Japan? True, but okay. The Kingdom of Kurain, and you base this on? It's not so much think stupider as just, I don't know. My brain was not at all aligned with where it wanted me to go. Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. The Orb's orb. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Kurain. My placard!
Objection!
The Kurain channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Kurain. and Amife is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's the shit say she didn't bring that pattern back with her? I mean, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. But since this is clearly a Chinese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there in the Kingdom of Kurain. Yeah, there's a possibility, but I guess I need to think on the side of I need to just prove that it, wherever I can cast doubt into its origin is the goal. Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. You can't conclude that the orb is from Kurain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. We got a 3 times objection combo. There should be a combo meter off to the side every time the objection back and forth. I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. But that also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. Arg, he's right. We're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate. It exists. I don't know what it is. The defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. A piece that will finally break this stalemate. Oh, well, you've sure piqued my interest. Let's see what you've got. All right. I will now prove that this is, in fact, the Founder's Orb. Uh-oh. Orb. It's the orb. There it is. He said it's the orb. He said it's the orb. I mean, why would he lie about that? Why would he lie about that? And just how does that piece of evidence prove that the relic is the Founder's Orb? Because he said it's the orb. It doesn't, does it? No, it does. It says right on it, it's the orb. Sorry, Apollo. I have to agree with the boss on this. No. No. Me too, actually. Me 3, defense. Yikes! Time to think that one over again, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. Evidence that could break the stalemate does not exist. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use, at least not at this point. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. I was supposed to say no. Oh, it's good as new. Oh, I like his look. Whoa, that's much better. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which I did present to the court seconds ago, but sure, which states, I agree to hand over the orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice, namely that his accident might have actually been murder. But, murder? Can't we have one civil case without turning into murder? Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly? Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. But the agreement was if he came to no harm, so why would the dragons kill him? Surely someone trying to frame the dragons would then hurt him. Although I don't know why I included that part in it. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. He only has one shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because... me after going to the gym for the first time in months, yeah, they call me Dr. Buff. Hi, Katie. It's true. The books... nice. Salt is the only rock that is socially acceptable to eat. The books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. Disagree. You can eat any rock. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. If he was an archaeology buff and loved archaeology, One, I don't believe that of all those books, only one shelf would be archaeology, and two, why would they be so high up? The subjects have to be alphabetized, so archaeology has to go way the hell up there. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books, but I believe I can explain that with a single out-of-place what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book? Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books. Wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. He doesn't have proof. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he'd been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. What if he fell and then a book fell on his head, though? Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear Dr. Buff was murdered. Well, that was unexpected. Not really. Who would have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right from under us. I think it was probably a step ladder. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Do we have an autopsy report for him? Because if he fell, he should have a lot of bruising on his body. If he was bonked on the head and fell down from the floor to the floor, and then stacked with books on top of him, he should not have a lot of bruising. Not to the same extent. So I feel like that alone would just sort of prove if he fell from a high height or not. Right? Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
I'm sorry for bringing logic into the courtroom. Did you forget who you were up against, Mr. Justice? Heh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He saw what? I love baseless accusations. That's why I got a tattoo on my arm. It's got a heart, and then in cursive it says, I heart baseless accusations. If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? Yeah, how could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. Heh. Don't you hear me? We're not getting burgers after this. Okay, we still will. This trial has taken another unexpected turn. But I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. Also, is this, like, the fact that we've just changed it from a civil case to a criminal case, shouldn't that mean we have a different, like, at least courtroom and judge? Like, we can't just be like, oh, we're doing this now. I don't know. It's fine. Hi, Scaredy. How is your stream, Scaredy? We're just having a great time over here in Ace Attorney Land. Everything's good. It's fine. It's still the civil case, I guess so. But he's like, you didn't identify the murder weapon. And it's like, but then, what did you do? What did you do, Scaredy? The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. There's the autopsy report. It was a civil murder. May 15th, 10 to 11 p.m. caused death cerebral hemorrhaging after being struck on the back of the head with the corner of an unidentified object. A UFO hit him? Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. We beat Dragon Quest 3 and saved the land? Did our clowns do it, Scaredy? The insane clown posse won the day? All right, Mr. Atchison Wimperson, your testimony, if you please. Bravo, Scaredy. I can't believe you beat the game with a bunch of clowns. And I was one of them. Prepare to be dazzled. You only blew it many times. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. All right. So it should be both of them are blue. No, that's the cross-examination part. The rebel's crime. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Rebel. He was running out the front door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death. Objection, he hates walking. That's true. He was being carried around in his palanquin. Well, that's a rebel. What in the world were you doing there then? It seems Mr. Rebel was loitering about Crane Village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? Yeah. You mean the suitcase? Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Rebel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. Hello. See, that's him trying to escape as we speak. Bailiff, don't let that man get away. Right, you backstabber, why are you doing this to me? Considering he was standing at the witness stand and ran out of a courtroom in Kurain, I'm not surprised that he was hanging out in this courtroom. It's shocking he didn't get away this time. All right. The counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Ahem. Please proceed, Mr. Justice. So now I should see both icons. And they are both blue. That is fun. That is fun. I didn't notice that the first time. The rebel's crime. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought.
Hold it!
Were you walking? Were you? Why were you taking a walk? Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved, and as a politician, I'm always on the job thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks. Thanks for the non-answer. While we live out our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace. Yes, Mr. Attition Wimperson, we are well aware of your outstanding character. Now please continue with your testimony. I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed on the magnificence that is me. He has my vote. I passed by the doctor's house, and that was when I saw Mr. Rebel.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Rebel? Right here, under this tree. So did you see the body? I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door. Zoom. And he didn't notice you. No, I was hidden by the tree. Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. Rebel? Yeah. Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I asked that it be added to the witness's testimony. I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Rebel.
Hold it!
What were you doing underneath that tree? A lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall. But that is why, if I'm elected, I promise to think outside the box. I'm going to speedrun Patrick's Parabox. If elected, whatever I'm running for. The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Attition Wimperson? Fair, I suppose I can't expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design. Oh yeah? Try me, O Lord of Plebs. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please. I can hardly wait for the upcoming election. I'm gonna fight this man. He was running out the front door.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, his behavior was incredibly sus. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something, and it probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police? Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Buff? Not me, that's why I didn't report him. So the witness didn't notify the police. Is that an important statement? Probably. Everything's important. Yes, it's important. I request the witness add it to his testimony. Sure, why not? That's not unusual for Dats. That's just kind of his standard operating procedure. I had no idea, but Dr. Buff was dead. That's why I didn't call the police.
Hold it!
There it is. You had no idea he was dead. In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened. I am truly ashamed of myself. What? There's been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me. I was just too good. Only a politician would try to pass off self-aggrandizement as self-deprecation. Apollo, you think this is how all politicians will be from now on? What do you mean from now on? They've always been like this. We're all doomed if they are. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
He's running for mayor or what? Yeah, I think he's running for mayor of Korean Village. So, you know, world peace. But at the time, he didn't know the doctor was dead. Is that correct? It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age. Huh? I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades. As class president, I reformed stale old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. This isn't working. He keeps bending the questions to serve his own needs. Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware. Please continue your testimony. Kind of reminds me of Red White. He's got that kind of vibe. I have the upcoming election in the bag. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That's my promise to you. So how do you actually intend to end such violence? Elite politicians such as myself never reveal their strategies. Did you really think I would divulge such sensitive information to the likes of you? Do you want to solve the problem or do you want to take credit for it? Yeah, but surely you have some sort of campaign platform you're running on. No comment. Clearly, he is a platform told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Nice. He said he saw Dats from under the tree. If that's true, did you figure something out? Yeah, I think he's hiding something. Let's take another look at the evidence. How did he not see the body if he was standing under the tree? So it's when he's like, I didn't see the body. I had no idea he was dead.
Objection!
Or did you? Mr. Attition Wimperson, rather than Mr. A Rebel, wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse and focus on the nation's... Sorry, but you're way off. I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Rebel from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window. I believe you have a point there. With that body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable he wouldn't have reported it to the police. Would the witness care to respond? He's asleep. Wake up! Wake up! Did he fall asleep? Mr. Attition Wimperson? Mr. Attition Wimperson! Huh? Oh, there are many sides to any issue. What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Attition Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Rebel? Yes. Yes. Captain Falcon style.
Hold it!
Did you really see him? Yes. Walks away. Where do you think you're going? I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I'd already answered the question. This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I... Yes. Glare. Glares at you, uwu. Gulps. Slash dance. Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean. Huh? So then, does this mean he didn't see Mr. Rebel? As your lawyer, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I advise you divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out. Don't worry, the rumor does not come out. You won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it. Emma, who was the first one to discover the body? It was anonymous. What? It happens every now and then. Wait, you're not saying that... Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was my client, Mr. Politician Wimperson. Right? You don't say. I do like the guy that goes woo. He's almost like the kite guy in Sekiro, who does the big woo. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen quite admirably, if I may say so. More like Stinkerson, isn't that right? Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Rebel? He would have been leaving the doctor's office right around then. Wait, that means... Yes, it does. In short, what my client witnessed was Mr. Rebels fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. I keep getting distracted, because while Phoenix is talking, a lot of his animations for his mouth are slightly skewed. It could just be my... Like, I'm focusing on the words, but I'm catching out the corner of my eye. It looks like they animated his face for him being on the other side of the screen. And they, you know, cheated it towards the camera. So sometimes when he's talking, it's like a little bit side mouth over there. It's not, like, bad. I wonder if it was later in production. They're like, by the way, we're going to put the model over there. And the animators were like, wait, what? We designed everything to look good from one camera angle. What do you mean? They didn't flip their canvas. What my client witnessed was Mr. Rebel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. And that's not all. Like, it's only some animations, some, like, shapes of the mouth are just kind of like, it looks like it's favoring that side. It's fine. And that's not all, based on what we've heard so far. To fix that scene in 5 history, but not these ones. And Mr. Rebel looked exceedingly sus, and that's putting it mildly. Dude looks sus doing everything. That doesn't mean much. We already know the Defiant Dragons threatened the Doctor with bodily harm. And now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. But why would they kill him? What motivation did they have? It doesn't make sense, Phoenix. Ton of camera tricking looking like pseudo 3D. I mean, a lot of it's the outline shader and the flat colors, but yeah. Apollo, if we don't come up with some sort of counter-argument, and what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that it was Mr. Rebel who killed the Doctor? That move had desperate written all over it. That's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any... I knew it. But I do have... It's that one. It's when he's doing the smug face and talking. That's when I noticed it. That kind of got the side mouth. He's got that Sonic mouth. But I do have another witness. Lie like a dog. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Rebel's guilt. Why is Athena's necklace a gorgle? Because she's got good taste. A new witness? I wonder who it could be. Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. Yippee. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly, understood? Yay, recess. Wee. Yippee. Phoenix is never prepared. I would know. Wow. I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... yeah, just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. We can't let him blindside us again. Looks like they've got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record. That's please, no more new records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that. I'll be more careful next time. Is what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time, though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the doctor was still alive when Dad last saw him. We still have to prove it, though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know. Hopefully it's not the politician again. Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad. Maybe she's still mad. More like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. And that you might then leave the agency. Ha ha ha. She has an active imagination. Excuse me. The trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see what new testimony awaits us. Nick is like, man, I'm glad that buff worked. Apollo is scary when he stares at you like that. All right, court's back in session. I'm in a bad mood because the swings were taken. Recess sucked. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here. Please put the helicopter on the stand. You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How'd you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. I'm also not convinced that he has a son. Because they always refer to them as child. And it's only been Apollo's like, oh, son. I'm like, They specifically, every time it's official, they refer to Sarge as child. And I'm like, it's probably everything's for a reason. It's all connected. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear. Now that's impressive. This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. A female son. There you go. Please be the helicopter. Please be the helicopter. Please be... Yes! 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 Oh my. Propeller rat. Thank you, chat. Oh my. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir. He's here as the drone. Really? Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this? This is how I attend jury duty? God, I wish. Just put my head on an iPad on a stick. Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone. It's the orc already again. We have precedent. We have legal jurisprudence precedent that this is fine. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. But testimony via remote control toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Who's piloting this trial anyway? The judge sure warmed up to the idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. He's dealing with Phoenix. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. Oh. We've examined a ghost, and a bird, and an orca. To think I once called you comrade, defending the man who killed Papa? That's full on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 hee hoo ho. Court during quarantine would have been way better if everyone had to send a helicopter instead of joining over Zoom. Just a bunch of drones hovering in an empty courtroom. Just sliding around. What happened that evening? Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. Courtroom PvP. Slappers only. So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor. Wait, so then you're saying that politician saw That's Rebel leave, and then come back and then kill him, and didn't testify to any of that? Just saw him leave, and then went, oh, I actually did see the body, and I just, goodbye. So the man that my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Rebel. Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy. Ready all missiles and fire! Just cut to the blown apart courtroom from Dual Destinies. Capitalist pig, I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. Punished Apollo returns. It fires missiles too? Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice. What happened that evening? Papa met with someone the night he died.
Hold it!
Papa, don't preach. Your father met with someone? Could you be more specific? No, I was in the midst of a crucial defensive siege operation. Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct? You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter. What about, school? Oh, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant doesn't associate with rookies still too green to fight. With a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff won't be getting any rest in the afterlife either. It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. But what was it you said about a siege defense? I didn't have my eyes on the ground as I'd already mounted my siege defense. Sarge, I've always wondered, who or what are you battling? That's classified? Even so, it may be relevant to the case. I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that. That's right. Such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, ha. I guess curiosity got the better of me. You're all talking no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that counts. Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them.
In the battlefield.
Would the witness please tell this court what he saw and heard that night? Okay, well, the judge said he, so maybe. I did hear him arguing with someone in his study.
Hold it!
What was the argument about? I heard things like, where's the orb, and are you defiant dragons really criminals? Oh. It sounded really volatile, like a war might break out any second. So the two of them had an argument when Dats came to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else? Yeah, I heard them arguing and then silence. Silence. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats ejected from the premises. How was Mr. Rebel acting? Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs. A trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military. I bet those two would have really hit it off had they met under different circumstances. I can see that. And so the defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time.
Hold it!
That does seem sus. He kept hiding behind trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our house. Well, he couldn't exactly leave without the orb. I bet he was angry that he'd been kicked out. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later, I just know it.
Hold it!
But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have gotten in. That's true. Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need because there were only good people in Kurain Village. Yet he ended up dead anyway. Only a monster could do what they did to my kind, trusting papa. There will be no mercy. I vow swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire! While I sympathize with you, witness, you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court. So Sarge saw Dats too. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, wonder why he hung around after being thrown out. Hate to say this, but if Dats is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So only option is to prove the Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder. And how do we do that? And how do we do that? How do we do that? How do we do? How do we do? How do we do that? How do we do? Yeah. 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Then I was on the ground as I remember my siege defense. I didn't even argue with someone in a study. From my salon designated desk and ejected from the premises after he lingered around the perimeter for some time. Must have regrouped to kill my pop in the study later. I just know it. What do we have? What do we have? Is there anything about what's-his-face being by the tree that's important? I don't know. Orb? Was he in jail already? No. No, that was after all this. We're assuming he was actually there. I mean, is it just that? I saved, right? Let me just make sure. The note.
Objection!
Why is it never this? Why is it never this? Why is it, am I just ahead or am I wrong? Just, why would they kill him if that renders their note void? It doesn't make sense. Okay, fine. Yeah, well, you know. Never present, yeah, fine. And we'll see Uncle Iroh in that picture. With the... Oh, a little bit, yeah, I see it. He had no pants, Your Honor. What's that about? I'll change his mind and then that's decided to kill him? Maybe? It feels like every single question in this case is just, other than the last one, where it's like, obviously it's this. Every single one, I'm like, what? What are you, huh? There's nothing that's immediately standing out. So I thought things couldn't get any worse when I hung around after being thrown out. Why was he hanging around after being thrown out? I don't think it's that. Don't think it's that. The drone. The thing. The computer. I just feel like I don't have anything. If that's killed Dr. Buff, why didn't he take the orb? Because he didn't have it? He hid it? When did he hide it? Because he met with him... But did he already hide it by that time? Because he... I don't know if we had a time from Pearl. So basically, Dats had all this stuff going on, all this research, whatever. It's like, okay, the orb is fucked. I'm hiding it in the mountains. Comes back. Then meets with Dats, and then gets murdered. But I don't know... I don't know what the issue is. I didn't hear him arguing with someone in his study. I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa. It feels like this line I need to sort of prove it couldn't have been Dats, but I don't see anything that would do that. The issue is that someone got killed. Right. I need a larger nudge. Again, it's gonna be me guessing randomly otherwise, and I don't want to do that. Ugh. I hate it. I hate just feeling stumped this frequently, but I can't tell if it's just brain being mush or if it's just the case being weird to me. It's not the contradictory statement, but rather shed light on one. What do you mean by that? It's about lingering around the perimeter? The doctor was breaking his own agreement. Do I just present the map here to be like, what, he's going around the perimeter?
Objection!
Okay, not that either. He's looking for snacks in the yard.
It's about the song Linger by the Cranberries. Oh, you have to linger. Does anybody have anything in the chat? I'm asking for help. There was a crime committed. Do you have to? You saw him leave and never saw her then go back in and leave again, right? Right. But what do I have in terms of evidence or testimony to press on that matter? Because I've already literally pressed everything. So I don't know what they want from me. If anyone knows the answer, just tell me. Just straight up tell me. I'm stuck, and the nudges are not enough. And it seems a lot of people are just look at each other like, I don't know either. Yeah, just at least tell me the statement. Helicopter on second? I didn't have eyes on the ground, and I can say, but you have a helicopter that has a camera?
Objection!
Okay, thank you. I was so focused on the latter statements, I didn't even think twice about that. Thank you. Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get in on the Stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. What? Would the defense care to explain? It's Shrimple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. But we don't know where the helicopter was. With his cherished drone, of course. Now that you mentioned it. And to think the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. We saw it on the ground, though. But there's an entire day between the evening of the murder and the next day. At any point, the drone could have moved outside to inside, could have been in and out of the room. Just because they're staying in the room doesn't mean they don't open the door ever to let a drone in. Like, whatever. I don't need to argue why I was confused. We'll move on. You were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. So you must have seen something. Arg! I'm hit. What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice, and the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. Truth bomb? No! Oh, Mayday! It landed, it's okay. Just like the walkie-talkie. Are you all right? Evidence. Never have I seen such fearsome ordnance. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Sarge, you need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot. That'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lowly private like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia of all places? But if a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. He's in like 80 servers. That means usually the patient wants to say something but can't for some reason. And in Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood matrix magic. You got it. Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here. Time for therapy, is it, Miss Sykes? It will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify. Then by all means, bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright? Why not? It's not like we all haven't been through this before. What are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on this battlefield for you. I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big ol' hole in the armor you built around your heart.
First evidence, now analytical psychology. Where are these WMDs coming from? Oh, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm gonna end it. Corpse woman Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. Beep, boop, up, beep. I stayed in my room with my drone that evening, and I was sad. I heard Dats and Papa arguing with each other. I was sad and surprised. Dats got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. And I was more sad and more surprised? More surprised I get, but why more sad? I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. And less surprised about the dad? So I'm looking for unexpected emotions and unnatural reactions, right? Emotions and reactions that don't fit the contents of his testimony. When you find one, make sure you point it out. And also remember to not to view his reactions in isolation, or to see how they change from one statement to the next. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna just start with being less surprised about Papa.
Got it!
Because that seems the most strange. That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Rebel. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire! Direct hit! That is strange. I wonder what it could mean. Oh, I know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. And I think I know why. Sarge, you weren't as shocked at seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Rebel. Because you already seen the body, something else shocked you? You had already seen it? Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night, and that's when you saw it, your father's body. I saw no such thing. Really? You didn't see his body? All right then. What did you see? Look, Apollo, we've lost some noise. So just as I suspected, he really did see something. But what? Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. Ooh, but... The moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one. Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you'd already sensed that he was a goner somehow? Maybe. Please, Sarge, what was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? Oh, I saw... What's happening? I don't like where this is going. Yarg! No more, please! Goodbye. Help! What? Where'd Widget go? Oh. I've confiscated your little toy. The battlefield is no place for unauthorized equipment. Widget! Apollo, I can't continue the session without him. Calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit you to your therapy session. What in blazes? Look at me, I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal. Judge Helicopter is in session. Whoa. This has gone way too far. Bailiff, arrest that drone this instant. Rawr! Stop resisting. Use wax lips on Yak. There you go. Monkey Island. So how'd that go for us? Finally got him back. Nice work. This is truly a handful. Up, 2, 3, 4. Ooh. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Oh, really good. It's really good. He's emotionally all over the map. So is out of control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does this mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yep, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Oh, is that you, Corpswoman Sykes? I'm here. Now I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out, in, out. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on, just let it all out. All forces, attack! That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. Did it work? Okay, great. Oh, Jesus. Tats was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. Wait, he was outside and you heard more arguing, so there was someone else. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. That's when he must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out. So he has 2 out-of-control emotions, huh? And all we have to do is find out what's causing them to run wild like this. And whatever's the cause, it should appear somewhere in the mood matrix. Whenever you think you found it. Easier said than done, don't suppose you have any ideas where to start. Well, I would think about Sarge's personality and his past. Those are the things that shape a person's emotions. You should be able to find something to work with from there. Okay. Alright. He's secretly a Fire Lord. Or maybe my theory earlier was right. That fire activates the orb somehow. What's the deal with the, weapon?
Got it!
What's the deal with that? That doesn't seem to be the cause of his current emotional state. I could sure use a clue or two right about now. Consider his past. Yeah, right. Probably going with delight. Hey, hold on. He's still hanging around after we got kicked out when... And we're fighting. I worried about Papa. And suddenly, I got dizzy and passed out. Sorry. Is that? Is that what you're worried about? That's not what you're worried about? Oh, yeah. Fire. Yeah, there is a tragic backstory involving fire. How did I forget? The arson. That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes, just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze. But it's no wonder you would be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. What do you mean, Corpswoman Sykes? In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. Thank you, chat. Very soothing. Nice and warm. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow, the things I take for granted. Now I see, I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm and maybe something will come to you. Oh, Oh, I'm starting to remember. It was the orb. It was that relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. Fire. Jump. The orb was on fire. It's still kind of fuzzy. But yeah, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there in the flames was... Mama? Now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. His mother is the Holy Mother? Huh? Huh? Oh, having a terrible time in there. Cool. Neat. Hey, it's Spit. Thanks for the fire. What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing with what really happened when his father died. So let me guess, more therapy? Yep. But this time it seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. And I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving the relic really is the Founder's Orb. That's just hanging out. I got kicked out when I heard more fighting. I got worried about Papa. I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy. I remember a flame lighting up the room with Papa grinning with delight. The relic was on fire, and I saw Mama's face inside. That's when Papa must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out. What is it? What changes if he was holding the orb? Oh, because he couldn't have been killed. He hid it, so he wasn't. I believe Sarge's fear of fire is triggering a past memory. As a result, the memory of what Release saw is being suppressed. When he tries to remember, the past memory is being overlaid onto the more recent one. The mind sure is a tricky beast. So I'll just have to find an inconsistency. Right. Once you find an inconsistent statement, present the evidence. When the doctor was murdered, was really killed while Dats was there. Isn't the issue that he would have already hid the thing at that time? But how do I prove that? But he hid it in the ruins.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Good job. I know some things that the game throws at me, just... Sometimes I just get obsessed thinking about, it's gotta be this they're talking about, and then they'll be like, here's the question, and I'm like, oh, what? I'm nowhere over there. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. And then it's hard to break out of that box. Explain yourself at once, Private Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? It's also the problem is that there's a lot of inconsistencies with the cases it's been explained so far, but then when they're like, here's the issue, someone's like, there's like 5 issues. What do you mean? Which is the one you want me to talk about right now? But when it's more obvious than, or just when it's right, what I'm thinking. That night he went out to hide it in a cave. This game's still about Burger. So what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. Oh! So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. So even if I hadn't passed out, that's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Oh, I see. Private Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge, Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. Oh, the camera's zooming in. But even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true. Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? My first step? That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. I think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Yes. We did it. Yes. We did it. Might need a little boost. Seems kind of... It's higher up. Thank you, Mordecai. Huh? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff drill sergeant I envisioned. That's why they kept saying child. It's for the misdirection. Well, my mama was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. It's not so much I found it out, I was just, they kept me like, oh, the son, right? And they go, the child, immediately after. If they spaced it out differently, I might not have picked up on it. A female child. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff? Age 12. Army. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. She's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured in the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. Whoa. Meow. Meow. My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels. Hello, Helmet. Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue with my testimony. I've just remembered something, and it's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was... the Holy Mother? The founder of Koreanism? She appeared right there, right in the burning orb. Huh? What'd you say?
The Avatar.
The firebending led to the Avatar. Who knew? Jigsaw. Thank you, Hazel. If I had a nickel for every time Apollo had to deal with a criminal murder victim with a shut-in child who had to learn how to open up to people, I miss Vera. The Holy Mother of Koreanism was in the orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. He does say that out loud, doesn't he? Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the orb? Is it the thing that I thought about like 2 hours ago? What's that in here? This?
Take that!
You have no chance to survive. Make your time. Ha ha ha. What you say? Dr. Buff's research notes, what do they have to do with this? Look at this. The burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both. The fire.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle, and this song in turn is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Will anyone see where I'm going with this? Anyone? Bueller? Prayers as fervent as fire? You're supposed to set the orb on fire? Mm-hmm. The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he... Yes, Athena. He had solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb. This does seem to better prove our claim of it being the orb. That said, I should have vocalized this earlier. From like the first moment they were like trying to determine if it's the orb or the crystal. It's both. The answer is going to be both, right? Obviously, it's both the orb and the crystal. And the question is, how is that possible? It was in two places at once, kind of. I'm sure we're going to get to that. It would seem the most likely scenario for this stupid video game if the answer is both. Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him, and I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his longtime dream of solving that riddle before he died. This spelled the American way. I hate it, even as an American. Yeah, I know what you mean.
the fancy archaeologist. It just kind of looks more appropriate. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
For 300 years, the orb in the Korean treasury was an empty cage with a note that read, I owe you one orb. The darkest secret. Didn't they say that they only found the orb's container in the orb, like, 8 years ago? It was really recent. The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
So maybe it had been in the possession of the politician family in Korean Village, and then it was stolen, and then buried, and they went, wow, we found it. And then they held it as treasure, but then they were like, shit, we can't figure out the riddle of the orb. So it's something, I don't know. The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
That's a bummer. Yeah, Ace Attorney cases often have really depressing bummers at the heart of them. You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
And they got it 8 years ago, and they lost it a year ago. I mean, I'm saying there might be more to it. It's possible. I'm not ruling it out. Is it the likeliest scenario? Probably not. Is it possible? Anything's possible. But I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if the treasure is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amife, any ownership rights the Doctor had now belong to his daughter. Except if he stole it, I don't think that's how that... Fine. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Grink. Grink, really? Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. All right, here we go. Hooray. Whoa, whoa. Whose lighter is that? Apollo just have a lighter handy? Huh, it's not catching fire. It's just the orb. Look. Apollo, the inside of the orb. It's melting. Oh. That's not... Alright. There's something in there. She got a face. Wow. Ah! Dirk! Isn't she? Do like this track. Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the Founder herself. Face and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Koreanism. Also, I did call it. Is the depiction of the Founder's face. Here it is. Hidden within this orb. Updated orb report. Report. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Koreanism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb. Get fucked. You're buying burgers later.
Objection!
Be that as it may, Mr. Rebel still may have killed the Doctor, but that's not the point of the case. That's a separate case. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. But that's not... I thought the whole point of the case was, if it's the orb, it belongs to us. If it's the crystal, it belongs to you. We proved that it's the orb, and you're saying, but he killed the guy, therefore it's null and void. He's not wrong. He's not, but it's like you're changing the nature of the case mid-try. It's stupid. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. He's panicking. I'm panicking. Mr. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Rebel. It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Rebel was still around at that time. You claim the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Are things actually going well for us? Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Sorry, Army. Don't listen to that. No! There's one thing I'm curious about. I wonder what the game will get to. What is that? What's on your mind? I won. I actually won. Don't worry, it's gonna get stupid soon. Yeah, no.
We're maybe 1% done with case 5, right? Would you care to respond? Respond? I don't want to say just case. Fair enough. I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? Do something. Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Addison Wimperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Why, you contemptuous peasant? I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict. Does it still bang the gavel and say guilty or not guilty, even though it's a civil trial? No objections here, Your Honor. No. Hold it. You can't do this. The crystal is mine. I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? Oh, he's good. What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible arguments could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. It's, you know... Oh, of course. He just liked me for real when I'm playing the video game. He can't have possibly hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend, and that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, and that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Wait a minute. Descending upon us in all of our glory, the Founder bestows the greatest power known. Why would that... Why are you... What do you want? What do you expect? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? Yes, I do. Judge, render your verdict. No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Ego bogle. Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. But the only part that was potentially provable has been proven, you bastard. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but... Consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. What does the politician have on Phoenix anyway? If when a prosecution goes through? Yeah, we're just like, all right, and the thing is settled, and the judge is about to bang the gavel, and the Phoenix is like, yeah! And they're like, wait a second. Maybe there's something. What's gone into him? Why is he doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. Random bullshit go. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. He has his internet history. It's him just Googling how to hide a dead plant from everyone in the office to replace it with a similar plant. He has not been taking care of Charlie. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. Another recess? I ask that all arguments be ready by then. And Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then too. What the... This case is long. No, I figured it would be long. I knew it would be long. I just figured we would be like near the end of this section and then it would pivot to some other twist and I'd be like, okay, but it's just still, we're still here. Mr. Wright sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Hi, Trucy. Although, he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier.
I don't understand anything.
You should have done a split. Paul, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna go check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice. Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh? Well, why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's right above the coffee bar. Mm-hmm. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus, I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father? No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then it could have been your father's real killer? My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police. It didn't even occur to me. It's okay. You were obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it.
Apollo, this could be really important information.
I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of someone's bigger scheme.
It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing.
Guess I should take her statement down as evidence. Huh. Love how her dad bought a house with a spiral staircase and put his wheelchair-bound daughter on the second floor. Yeah, they did make a point of being like, what a weird layout for a house. That you enter and then go down a spiral staircase to get to his research area. Was the point just to keep her from getting into his research? Seems like a very odd... He deliberately chose that house after the accident, so... Yeah. Before doing this, gave her the circus case. Which part of the circus case? Oh, they had Acro on the second floor, right. Keep her from the fire? Yeah, he couldn't have known about that when he was getting that house. To get out of the house, we can't access his live streams. It's definitely important. Maybe it's the record for this. I think they would have pointed it out if there was a wheelchair lift, but anyway. Check under her chair quick. Army statement has the record. Okay. Oh, welcome back, Athena. Athena. What's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? What should I? Athena? Oh, sorry. Zoned out there for a sec. Recess is almost over, so let's go. Ha. What was that all about? Okay. Question for the chat. How long is this section? Is there a good stopping point coming up, or is this as good as it's gonna get for like another 2 hours? I might know, remember. I don't remember. I can go a bit longer for now. But if it's gonna be an entire another trial here, like another hour, I can go a little bit longer. Okay, we'll keep going for now.
All right, court is once again back in question. Back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised.
We, the plaintiffs, still believe the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb would bestow spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test.
I see.
He's sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that That's a Rebel did in fact kill Dr. Buff.
What? Huh? What? Huh? Very well, you may call your witness.
Huh? I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. Huh? What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Literally this late in the game. Oh, okay. Oh, sure. fellow citizens, tis I, politician, the one and future representative of the people. Hey, for the bed stump for him. No witness has ever triggered a larger god. No, not this fucking guy again for me. Yeah, even more so than Lotta or Old Bag. It actually sucks to see him. Because, say what you will about Old Bag and Lotta, and I've said many things about them in the past. Even when they're being antagonistic to you, you're able to get some information out of them. This dude is the least helpful. Every single thing, it's like I keep getting stuck on his testimony because he gives you nothing. When you're like, what about this? And he's just like, well, you see, I'm just so cool. I just didn't know. And it's like, oh my god. Geez, not him again. More so than Brushel. He was the most helpful of all. We would push him into a blender. Bailiff, my client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. Very convenient. This guy's too close. He's too close. That's his crime. It was around 11 at night, and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. At 11 p.m., in a sleepy mountain town, that's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. Not that one, it was heavy. That was heavy. That's it? Okay, well. You saw the murder as it happened, and you're just telling us now because... I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all political greats. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but my client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. To be fair, we did find a handprint in a very strange place on the suitcase, so yeah, but okay. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminol test revealed. Oh. The doctor's blood on Mr. Rebel's suitcase. Really? But how does that prove Mr. Rebel used it as a weapon?
Objection!
You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well that that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. I forgot we dusted it right in front of Emma. That could be from the airport, yeah. And then someone else wearing gloves used it. The turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. It was around 11 and I was going around the village. Sure you were. You were on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night? That's right. It's the perfect time because everyone's at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. With tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin? That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder with all the noise he makes. So what exactly did you see then? That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Kurain? It's not the first time. There have been many murders there, I take it. Haven't? There haven't been many murders there. There's at least one. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever from our beloved Kurain village. Yeah, good luck with that.
Mr. Etition Wimperson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime.
Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind? So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Rebel was there? That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book. I see. What did you see Mr. Rebel do next? He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, Which one? A blue witness made an important statement just now about how Dax is an idiot. Yeah, that's true. The crime was clearly visible. The doctor was reading a book. That's probably important. Was it a philosophy book? That's dumb. Do it. Okay, fine. Fine. They have fingerprints on them? Well, the one book being different seems to be important. The witness said Mr. Rebel is an idiot. That's a key piece of information. Don't you jump on the bandwagon, AJ. I'm no idiot, you hear?
I fail to see how that's a key piece of information.
Yeah, I guess it's not, is it?
Then it seems there's no need to add it to the testimony. Let's get on with it.
Ow. He was reading a book. The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder. That's vital testimony.
Very well. The witness will please add that to his testimony.
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book. A book? You watched the murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it? That doesn't sound like a good way to score points with the voting public. I'm a politician, not a superhero. I am under no obligation to risk life and limb. Sure is quick to deny his obligations when there's nothing in it for him. I'm getting tired of listening to his endless campaigning and flimsy rationalizations. About your testimony, Mr. Titian Wimperson. You said Mr. Rebel struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book. Yes, that's exactly what happened. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. Hold it! Weapon of choice. Are you sure? Positive. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Yet, despite your certainty, you kept quiet about it until now. No, I was waiting. I knew there would be a perfect chance to talk about it later. Except, but when it was like, okay, clearly it's not yours. The judge is about to bang your gavel. His gavel, he didn't. Information must always be disclosed in a strategic manner. That is one of the lessons of kingcraft as taught by the Attishan clan. Then there's a lesson, there's chances in the Attishan guidebook, I'm being honest. Is there? Anyway, I saw Mr. Rebel commit that heinous crime. It was heinous. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. Hold it! Yep. I would have to agree that suitcase is really heavy. Wait a second. How did you know it was so heavy? For all you knew, it could have been empty. Objection! My client witnessed the crime in progress, so naturally he saw Mr. Rebel straining to lift what was obviously a heavy suitcase. I can't say I'm a fan of you trying to discredit my client by tripping him up, Mr. Justice. He was sweating. What do you mean? I'm just doing what you always do, Mr. Wright. Dr. Buff was struck from behind while he was absorbed in a book. He must have been really into it. Doesn't add up. What doesn't? That politician is lying. I'm sure of it. He's trying to cover for flimsy testimony, but why? What's in it for Phoenix? What does he know? What's he got on him? Absorbed in a book. I think it's probably this. Objection! It's not this. Never mind. I take it back. It's not so much a contradicts. I'm just like, well, how did all this blood and stuff get onto that book? Could I have 5 minutes to figure out the answer? The defense will figure out before he presents his evidence. Sounds like a plan. The war of attrition. Take it back now, yo. 2 evidence this time. Bam. Cha-cha real smooth. If it's not the book, then I'm just on the wrong path. I need to try the other line of evidence. Night the infant's army fainted in the hallway above the clock bar. She had someone was pushing her wheelchair, and she quickly fled to her room. Unidentified object. Yeah. Yeah. He wasn't wearing his glasses. Objection! The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book, you say? That wasn't at all what I was thinking, but okay, we got there. I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you prove that I'm anything but 100% reliable. All right. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gone so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Attition Wimperson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what? I'll explain it, you lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Rebel hit him over the head. But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely would have seen him and tried to run. Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? Oh, about that. He bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered.
So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have a problem with the proposal the doctor was struck while nodding off?
Nope, no problem. No problem here, Your Honor. The doctor was probably dozing, just as the witness said. No, Apollo, wait! If you accept that, then you might as well admit that that's killed the doctor. Your Honor, I have a problem with that statement.
Very well, but let's avoid careless answers like that or I will have a problem with you. Guess I blew that one. Now, as you were saying, Mr. Justice?
There is a problem. I'm just gonna load that real quick.
Just real quick.
Okay, I just needed to know. Sometimes I gotta know the bad ending. There's a big problem. There's a very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny.
Is that so? Then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this?
Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off. He ain't got no pants on? Well, you know, the thing, orb, So he hadn't sent a follow-up email after he figured it out? That's interesting. Just we went to get the orb, or the thing, object. What's the... This shows the problem with the witness's claim he saw the doctor nodding off. How do I prove he wasn't there? Is it in this picture? He can't be sleeping because he's dead. I'm just gonna try that. I think I saved, but I'll... Picture.
Take that!
Is it picture? This shows the glaring problem. He's asleep. See? The witness is passed out from the overwhelming power of my evidence. No, Mr. Justice, your lackadaisical attempt to refute him put my client to sleep, that's all.
I feel a yawn coming on myself. Perhaps giving you this penalty will wake me up.
Surely there's better ways to stay awake, Your Honor. Think about the relative positions of the witness and doctor again. That's where we'll find the contradiction. Oh.
Now then, Mr. Justice, see how you avoid these snooze-inducing answers in the future.
Okay, wait. Let me take another look. Because he's claiming he was outside, right? Is there a problem from here? There's a problem from there.
Take that!
A diagram of the study?
I wasn't thinking about it like that. Mr. Attition Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. And the doctor was allegedly nodding off here. But from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight.
Why, yes, I believe you're right.
But, arg! You gotta use big words to sound smart. Big words make you sound smart. The fact remains my client knew the suitcase was the murder weapon. So he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Attition Wimperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. The witness saw the murder from right here. It's either here or it's here. I'm gonna say it was up here. I don't know if I want to say he did the murder. You've got to be kidding. But that's... It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. I know. Mr. Attition Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting? Mr. Attition Wimperson, weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase? I'm glad they accepted anywhere inside the room. Because, like, I don't know if I want to accuse him, but...
Objection!
What you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Mr. Rebel has the musculature to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? The rebel that's a rebel is the doctor's real killer. As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on Dax. You have to poke a hole in Wright's argument somehow. Oh, I will, and with his own technique. If Mr. Attition Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm gonna turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice. What do you have? Do you have what it takes? Eh? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Attition Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer, and how was the murder weapon really used? The important thing here is the position of the victim and killer relative to each other. Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean... I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Did he push him off the second floor balcony? And then he landed over there. But then how would... The blood was on the bottom corner of the suitcase? Now, if Dr. Buff were sitting in a certain spot and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. Not sure exactly what he means.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime? I have two ideas. Let's see. Was he up here?
Take that!
There? Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout, but this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3D. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. Oh, he pushed it down onto it. How did he get... Oh. You know, it does make sense, actually, that if That's a Rebel came by, he wouldn't bring a heavy suitcase down spiral stairs. I didn't think about that. That's actually a good point. That's a good little... If you picked up on that, like, how do you get that? That seems obnoxious. And then have to bring that back up. Why not leave it by the door? Because that's what he did. He left it by the door. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. Thinking 3D. Oh my god, that 3D model. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Attition Wimperson, who used the suitcase. He pushed it from the second floor. Yahoo! And that explains how it was the bottom corner. And sent it hurtling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. The motion lines. Yeah, that would hurt. That would hurt pretty bad. Yarg! The psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he finished reading it or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mountain of books.
Objection!
3D models are the best when you're just shapes. Agree. That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Wright. I'd say that evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar exists. The evidence does exist. Is it the coffee on the book? I'm going to show you. You are? Okay, they even show me the photo. Okay. This right here is proof the murder took place at the coffee bar. Hey, yeah. It's the coffee was made out of books. The brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it's still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of joe at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head. That sucks. Causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. Thought it was gravy. It was gravy. His blood is gravy. Well, what motive could I possibly have had to kill Dr. Buff? And there it is, that final excuse cornered killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew the relic was the Founder's orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you, that you killed him with your own hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Wimperson? Get his ass, Apollo. That is...
Hold it!
Apollo. Please don't accuse my client of murder. You can't just say please, huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of scandal. Say what? Can we talk a second private, please? Right, you better do something to change the current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens? Hey, Your Honor, are you awake? Are you conscious? Is anyone in the court paying attention? Arg! What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now. Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Rebel is the killer? Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. I think he's probably holding... Oof. Logic would say it's pearls. He probably has pearls locked up in prison. I don't think it'd be Maya. It'd probably be someone in Crane Village. Which would be probably Pearl. And that's why he's blackmailing Phoenix and then working for him. Unless Maya came back with him, which could have happened. I don't think she did. Mr. Wright, what in the world's going on here? Pearl spin. Or Trucy. No, we just saw Trucy in the lobby. She's fine. If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Attition Wimperson? What? The defense hereby accuses you of... Hold it. Not you two, Athena. Threatening to release pearls from her 1,000 years of slumber to usher in the end times. Okay, well, fine. I'm ready. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything. Right, and she talked to Phoenix and came back and she was like, should I say anything? Uh-oh. Oh, no. And now Athena's like, During that last recess when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. With her special ears. I trust Maya is unharmed. It is Maya. How did he get to Maya? Why is he in there? I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Arg! It's always Maya. Relax, all you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Yeah. I had a free kidnapping on my punch card and figured might as well. That sounds like her. Maya Fey, the boss's legendary former assistant. Miss Fey's being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away and made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if he found out. Yeah, as if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. The judge is just on his iPad. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's gotta be something you can do.
Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours, I believe you're in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. What's gotten into you two?
If I accuse that slam bag, I put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy.
It seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Yeah, either I give up or...
Gumshoe, save us! Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day I'll become president, and then king!
I'll have every politician at my command. Now, retract your accusation.
Arg. I can't kowtow to him, but the defense would like to retract the previous...
Apollo? Dirk? I don't know what's going on in here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Yeah?
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
Dirk, a dragon never yields. But I'm not a dragon, I'm a real boy. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He's saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. I'm glad our Apollo Justice game finally has some good Apollo Justice content in it. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call.
Heh, now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served.
Whoa, shit. Oh, it's time for brain.
That scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. It seems said patron believes in the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, as the legend said. If the legend is true, then we've already solved the riddle, right? Not yet. We have not solved the riddle. There's more to it. Whoa. The legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. But how can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe. Maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of the living? Cloning? Jurassic Park? Cloning technology. I bet some of the founder's DNA is hidden somewhere in the orb. What am I talking about? They didn't know about DNA and cloning back then. We don't know that. I better think of something else. How would it be possible? It's a Unix system, I know this. Time travel? What do you mean? Oh, I know, time travel. We could go back to the past and bring the founder here to the present. What am I saying? Maybe I should cut back on the sci-fi movies. Ghost trick. Only if she died within the last however long. How would it be possible? Channeling? Yes! The founder can return through channeling. Yeah. I know, there is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. You have to know what the founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us, so what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Given the facts, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I need to practice channeling. A spirit medium. Are we bringing pearls in? Also, we don't know her name, do we? Because wasn't the name that was in the Secrets book the name of Lady Kira? Not the Holy Mother's name. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. Phoenix does? Phoenix does he? That means Mr. Attition Whipperson's patron will need one too. And once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. Ho ho. Ho ho ho. Okay. All right, I see what he's cooking. Everything's gonna be okay, Mr. Wright, because Mr. Politician Whimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Attition Whimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. What do you mean? He's not denying it. Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. She can? What do you mean, only Maya Fey? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Kurain, the birthplace of spirit mediums. I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. Also Pearl, whatever. I mean, Pearl's still training, so, you know. But in Korainism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb's telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearl's imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner, is the entire gallery and the judge just like, what are they talking about? It is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Oh, wait a second, then the legend is true? Do you understand now, Mr. Attition Whimperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. Can't the queen also spirit channel, though? I mean, we don't know for a fact that she can, but allegedly, the royal lineage is supposed to be able to spirit channel. Which I wouldn't put it past her to be lying about that ability, but even still. There's always Pearl. I could simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain, and she certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Erg. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Kurain to channel the founder for you. He could. He'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now confess. I mean, I was also assuming this whole time his benefactor was tied to the royal family of Kurain. So I don't think he'd get executed. I don't know. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. Attition Whimperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? And holding a hostage? You're my lawyer, right? Do something. It's true that I'm your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth. He's back. Mr. Attition Whimperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright, I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Attition Whimperson, I must resign as your attorney. No. Does this mean I'm under arrest? No! Can you do that mid-trial? I don't know. There's no laws. There you go. Good as new. Yep. I really like that face when he nods at it. Well, it is still just a civil trial. I have nothing to confess. What? I said I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wipe them off, taking care to only leave Mr. Rebels. I mean, he wouldn't have known where Mr. Rebels' fingerprints were, but... As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from up above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. If the killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor hallway over the coffee bar, that would place him right around here. Maybe, just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase. Is it the quote from Army?
Take that!
That appears to be a statement. But how is that related to this case?
On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out. Right above the coffee bar. But with her there in the wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was scared. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Titian Wimperson? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find this conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. If only he'd been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But this wasn't supposed to happen. No, well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you, right here at this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person. It's on Phoenix. It's on Phoenix. Phoenix has it. Phoenix has, he's pointing at Phoenix. Apollo? Yes, Mr. Wright? I was just pointing. I think he's saying that doesn't jive with anything you've said so far.
It seems Miss Sykes is more sensible of you two.
He was just pointing. Well, it's still gonna have to do with the thing. Yeah. Yep. It was on Nayuta-san, buddy. But the army, ex-military. Yeah. It's on my badge. That's on the night of the Moida, Sarge passed out. Only to come, I like that he still calls her Sarge. Only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. Thank you, Azul. If you lose the trial at any point, there's a special game over. Oh god. That's when she fled back into her room. Do you want to describe it to me? She didn't physically see a single soul after that. 2 years younger than Rafa. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. Nope, that was a long screen. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off, the same can't be said for the prints that got away. You gotta respect your Sarge. My fellow Koreanians. Are we in Kurain? Near the town? Well, Mr. Politician Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours.
You get him. You get him. Thanks for the 8 Sharkade Bumbles.
Politician, savior of Kurain, I am not a crook. My political career, it can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. This is a dream. A nightmare. Ooh. The election results, really? Oh, me? No way. Bonsai. Breaking news, arrested on murder charges and stripped of electoral win. Don't go. No, please. Grandpa. Probably shouldn't have killed the dude. I don't know. It's pretty easy. It's more effort to kill a dude than to not kill a dude. Are you all right?
Bailiff, get him to the first aid station on the double. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's orb. And it seems Mr. Politician Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder.
Only a suspect. Okay, well, fine. Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. How is there still case left? Like, but other than having unresolved questions, just chat wasn't like, oh, this is like, you know, you can knock out this case in a day. Chat's like, this is several days. I guess we'll see. No, man, don't mention it. You were amazing today, Apollo. Couldn't have done it without Dirk.
A dragon never yields.
Yeah, I remember when he said that. I remember, I was there. This is the worst chapter in Ace Attorney? Oh, and you're smiling about it. Even when wounded, a dragon...
A dragon never yields.
A dragon never...
Yields. Seems both sides have no further objections.
40%? Honestly, that's not bad.
Would Dirk Sodbody please take the stand?
Boop. Hello. Am I still wanted for international crimes?
Yes. This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement.
Yep. I don't get that as big text. The orb has been transferred to per the standing agreement. Do. There are multiple pieces of art of Dirk being a terrible driver based on his motto.
Should the Kingdom of Kurain claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things to stir in the air.
The revolution. Dirk's really serious about this.
This court is adjourned.
Alright. Good. Alright, yippee. We did it.
Nice work, son. We've finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution.
Revolution. Just doesn't seem real.
Yeah, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy. Ha 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 ha.
Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I'd have won if he'd been able to fight me head on. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore, and it was all thanks to you. It's because of your brain blast. I don't know about that. I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Mr. Dirk, now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you gonna have a spirit medium try channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it, being able to speak to someone right out of the history books.
Unfortunately, it's not that easy.
What? Why?
A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel.
All right. Pearl mentioned something like that.
And the founder's true name is only known to the priestess who has been crowned queen.
In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Kurain, Garan. Oh, so without her help, we won't be seeing the founder anytime soon? Tisk, that's no fun. Founder's orb updated in the court record. And Maya Nick. When did Maya Nick learn it? I don't remember that. I forgot. I saw it in a book. Wasn't that Lady Kira's name? Lady Kira was different. Yeah. Okay, I actually remembered the thing correctly. Yes. Yeah, they found Lady Kira's name, but they didn't find the Holy Mother's name. Unless they're the same person, but they very much established that they were two different people. So Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. Since we now know it was politician that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money's on someone connected to the royal family. Kira Nearest Light Yagami. God damn it. All right, you said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of his dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this. Private Justice. That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud. I was gonna say I don't understand the reference, Cam. Yeah, of course it was Star Trek. Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that. It's all thanks to you and Corpswoman Sykes. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. Go forth and sally. But the battle's only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. To lose your mother, and then your father, what a terrible thing to endure. Yeah, and being wheelchair bound doesn't help. Private Justice, I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? Should we be letting her do this? Is this okay? Is this fine to do? Hang. Whoa. Yippee. Hooray. Yahoo. Please go to physical therapy and rehab. You've been wheelchair bound for 6 months. Probably take it easy. She's standing? What's this, Sarge? You mean your legs? There. The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it. Makes sense, but I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa is watching over me now and I'd hate to disappoint him. So, from this day forth, I'm gonna march forward on my own 2 feet. She's gonna grow up to become an advanced wars commander. What a brave kid trying to move forward like this. But it must be so hard this soon after her father's death. Don't you ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them. Yeah, you can do it. She's actually Nell. It's the origin story. Daddy's back! There he is. Yeah, oh, hooray! Yippee! Let's celebrate, right? Mr. Wright! What's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo! Is everything alright, Miss Faye? She's safe, for now. She wasn't ever actually captured. It was bluffs, probably. Well, then we better go save her, quick! Where is she, anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Kurain. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. In her comfy jail. She's on the moon. What? We have to go to Moon Court. To be continued. The mastermind? That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Kurain. What? We have to sue the moon. What? What in the world's going on over there? We'll find out next time? But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Kurain to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. Case 6. Nope, more case 5. Now we'll call for the. Oh, yeah. Definitely calling it. It's getting late. We did it. Hooray. Maya's leading the revolution. Oh, yeah. Hooray. Case 3, am I right? Yeah. No kidding. That's some good case 3-ing. Yippee. Yahoo. That was a fun trial. I don't know. That was neat. It was nice to face off against Phoenix. Have to deal with being the recipient of random bullshit go. It was nice that there was more at play. I mean, it was pretty clear that there had to have been a reason he was working for this fucking gnarly politician. 40% through. Let's go. Next week's gonna be long. Let's go. We'll pick it up next time, which should be on Tuesday. How to rate the trials so far? Just in general, they've been solid. I've enjoyed them. This case wasn't as absolutely fucking stupid bonkers as the last case, but that's a good thing. It was, for a brief moment, we got to experience what this series would be like if it was focused on civil law, or arguing over ownership, and like where a thing came from. And it was a little bit dry. It was just, it wasn't I wasn't bored, because I could tell there was more stuff happening, but it was just like, I don't know, it was funny. And then it's like, by the way, murder mystery. It's like, yeah, obviously, but yeah, it was fun. It was good. Distinct lack. Yeah, sure. Reasonable case. For about 15 minutes, things made sense, and I appreciated it. I don't see why they didn't just do 5 and have this and the next be separate but related cases. Yeah, I don't know. They definitely could have split it up differently. I don't really mind. It doesn't really matter. Just interesting. No clown boobs, 0 out of 10. I agree. Let me get caught up on stuff. Thanks so much for watching and hanging and etc. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the video game. The clubs. Send in the clubs. Private Guy, thanks for 76 months. Alan Braddis, thanks for 17 months. Blooper Duper with 100 bits. These look heavy. Let me hold them, sir. Hopefully you're not storing them in a suitcase. S-Rad, thanks for 84 months. That's a lot of months and years. Crystal Clear Entertainment, thanks for the raid. Azulmagia, thanks for 50 bits. And another 50. Sigmeyer, thanks for a year and a half. Stopping to re-up my sub. I have several Ace Attorney games to catch up on. I hear this message in several months, I guess. Best of luck with the case. Thanks for the prime. Vader Zimmer, thanks for 30 months. Stopping by to drop off my sub. Be back to catch up on VODs. Enjoy the VODs. Zul, thanks for 50 bits. I wonder if in Japanese Dirk really likes Phoenix, given that part of his name is a pun about dragons. This was in the Furio Tigre case. Pizza King, thanks for the prime. Elix, thanks for 50 bits. Apollo is still on the floor in the exploded courtroom. That is my theory as well. And thanks, Ozil, for the bits about the Japanese email address. And Amphi, 69 bits. You can eat salt. Scaredy with the raid. Congrats on beating Dragon Quest 3. It's Bit, thanks for 35 months. Flambe. Mon Decay, thanks for 47. Only you can prevent orb fires. Ozilmagia, thanks for 50 bits. If I had a nickel for every time Apollo had to deal with a criminal victim of the shut-in childhood on the learn to open up to people, it's just the same. I think the worst thing I could say about this case is that it does feel a little bit like we've been here before, not in this exact way, but it's similar enough where we're being coerced into doing a certain thing and there's someone holding someone hostage. It's like we've done this before. And I don't know if the twist was enough to make it feel fresh, to be like, well, you're not learning it, you're learning about it after the fact and you're sort of antagonistic against. But I like it in terms of it gives, if they had the idea of we just want one part of one case to have you go against Phoenix, I'm glad that this was the structure they came up with. It could have been way worse in terms of like Phoenix genuinely believing in his client who committed a murder, you know, or were on the wrong side. It could have been a lot messier. So I enjoyed what they did with it. It's not fresh enough. I think they could have maybe found some way to kind of whatever. But the case itself was neat. Had some fun twists in it. And obviously there's more to come with it. Tom Fuller, thanks for 96 bits. One thing I'll give him credit for, no other witness has ever triggered a larger god. No, not this fucking guy again for me. Yeah, he's the worst. Zol, thanks for 50 bits. If you lose this trial, there's a special game over. Yeah, I'm curious what that is. And Arcade Bubbles, thanks for 77. And, I quote, H. Very well said. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nick being evil. Yeah, and then he never would just be like, I'm a prosecutor now. So, like, it being a civil trial at first, and then it's kind of spiraling from there. Makes sense. It makes sense. It all makes sense. Who am I gonna go throw you all over to? I'm gonna kick you all out. Who we gonna say hi to? How about... We're gonna go raid K Hill, who is playing some Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles. Ampersand Knuckles. Skyward Frog. 32 months. Thanks for the sip. Have yourself a nice sip of salty cave water. Let's go throw some H's over to K Hill. K Hill got a new comic out. Oh shit. A dragon never yields? No. H. Yours makes sense. Mine is the letter H. So, there you go. There you go. Throw some H's over there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for keeping me company as I lose my fucking mind. This was also a tough case for my brain. It felt like at least half of the what evidence? I'm like, huh? And I can't always just blame Pooh Brain, but I'm gonna blame Pooh Brain. And then after blame Pooh Brain go, some of those were a little bit, okay. Not the worst cases I've seen where it's like you'd accept that but not that, but thank you. Thank you, Frank. I appreciate it. I'll be back. We're gonna finish this stupid game. So we're probably not gonna finish this case next stream. Sounds like it's gonna be too much for that, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you. I'm gonna go. Have a good one. Have a good rest of your whatever you're doing. I'm waving. I've opened the door and now we're just standing here waving and I'm like, you can leave, and you're like, I'm waiting to go, and I'm like, goodbye. The raid's in like 2 seconds. Goodbye. Get out of here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, Glad Watchers. I hope you enjoyed whatever the hell is happening in this game. We still got a bit left to go. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for that. Get out. Why don't none of you ever join the raids? Join the raids. Support other streamers. Get out of here. I'm gonna go. Goodbye.